Madam Speaker, honorable members of the House, good morning. Let me express gratitude to the clerk for inviting me to be your chaplain for the sixth sitting of the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands. I begin as I share with us a reading from the Holy Scriptures from Nehemiah 4, verses 1 to 4. Now, when Sanballat heard that we were building the wall, he was angry and greatly enraged, and he mocked the Jews. He said in the presence of his associates and of the army of Samaria, "What are these feeble Jews doing? Will they restore things? Will they sacrifice? Will they finish it in one day? Will they revive the stones out of the heaps of rubbish and burned ones at that?" Tobiah the Ammonite was beside him and said to him, "That stone wall they are building, any fox going up on it would break it down. Hear, O God, for we are despised. Turn their taunts back on their own heads and give them over as plunder in a land of captivity." As Nehemiah was called to rebuild, there were those who were hostile to his rebuilding efforts and to the call of God for the sake of God's people. The word of God reminded them and reminds us that we ought not to pay attention to those who are hostile, but to keep our eyes on God. God will do what God has desired to do and wills for his people. Let us pray. To you, wise and loving God, in your wisdom, you have fashioned this day, and you will allow us the opportunity and the experience to come to you and to exclaim, "This is the day that the Lord has made, and we will be glad, and we will rejoice in this day." As we come to you, we come recognizing that we need strength for the day. We need courage for the day. We need wisdom for the day. And we need your vision for the day. Grant to each member here present, representing each district, and to the at-large members, grant to the Speaker as she directs the debate and the business of the House, grant to the clerk and her staff as they enable the Speaker in the business of the House. May all that is said today, may all that is seek to be done, take into account the welfare of the people of these Virgin Islands. Let it be, O God, that the decisions that ought to be made in fairness and with honesty. May they be made with courage. We are reminded that it is not easy to stand in courage. It may cost us to be courageous. It may cost us to be honest. But may we know that you bless us. And your blessing to us is that we are happy in doing what is right. So may your name be honored in this place today, in our conversation and in our decisions. And may the people of the Virgin Islands be blessed in what is said and done. Through the honor of your name, we pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
This House now convenes its sitting. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, administration of oaths. Item number 3, announcements by the Speaker.
Thank you. I just wish to extend a pleasant morning to the honorable members, to our listening audience, as well to our guests who are here in attendance. I trust that today will be a very blessed day for you all. Madam Clerk.
Number 4, statements by ministers.
I call upon the Deputy Premier and Minister for Communications and Works and Member for the 5th District, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning. Madam Speaker, I rise to give this Honorable House an update on a few projects currently being undertaken by my ministry, Communications and Works. In consideration of the fact that the territory has faced many challenges recently, I would like to take this opportunity to share what the Ministry of Communications and Works has been able to accomplish as we continue to rise above the many obstacles that have been thrown at us. The ministry is moving ahead decisively towards a greener, safer, and more pedestrian-friendly city of Road Town. We have seen all the electric-powered shuttles moving around the city and accomplishing the intended purpose, making the city more pedestrian-friendly. The Park and Ride shuttle service has been in operation since 7 February 2022. During the first 3 months of operation, the shuttle service has transported over 20,000 passengers throughout the city of Road Town. The shuttles continue to loop around the city center from the Red Cross building to the hospital area every 15 minutes, starting at 7 a.m. and ending at 6 p.m. from Monday through Friday. I continue to encourage everyone to park their vehicles and ride the free service around the town. Our aim is to reduce vehicle congestion and reduce the territory's carbon footprint. We are now in the process of adding another component to the greener, safer, more pedestrian-friendly efforts by way of solar-powered crosswalk signals. Through the Public Works Department, we are installing 5 sets of solar-powered crosswalk signage that flashes to get the attention of the oncoming traffic, thus bringing our awareness to the drivers that a pedestrian is intending to cross the street. There is also a feature that verbally cautions pedestrians before stepping onto the busy street. These systems will be installed in some of the more high-traffic areas in the city, namely the Sir Oliver Georges Plaza, Waterfront Drive close to Clovers, and the Castro Street in the vicinity of Bobby's Supermarket and the Republic Bank. Madam Speaker, I would like to quickly mention, while still on the matter of greening our territory, that the Bvi Going Green initiative, which was announced on the 27th of August 2021, is still very much in effect. This particular initiative, which ends in August 2023, it came from an amendment to the Customs Management and Duties Act. It makes provision for residents of the Virgin Islands to achieve significant savings by adopting or transitioning to going green, and renewable energy sources such as solar, wind energy, and electric, which includes vehicles. All items imported under these categories will be zero import duty for this period. I'm therefore urging citizens and residents to take advantage of this opportunity by making full use of this 2-year duty-free window. Speak about the National Sewage Project. Madam Speaker, the proper treatment of sewage in the Virgin Islands has always been a matter of concern. However, notwithstanding these issues that we have faced in the past, I stand here today to report that over the past couple of years, we have made significant progress implementing needed resolutions. The ministry is currently upgrading the sewage system in the city of Roetown. The works are being carried out on Upper Main Street and Fleming Street. This project is slated to be completed in about 2 to 3 weeks. Madam Speaker, I am happy to inform this Honorable House that this project is halfway towards completion. This new pipe work will facilitate the increase in sewage that is expected to emanate from the Social Security Housing Project on Geos Hill and other newly constructed commercial and residential buildings in the area. The main pump station in the vicinity of the roundabout will also be upgraded with brand new sewage pumps and other necessary equipment to effectively move the sewage from the central catchment area to the treatment plant in Board Point, which will be brought back online in the first quarter of 2023. The contract to commence the necessary repairs will be signed later this month between the government and Bywater. Madam Speaker, I am indeed elated to report that the Cane Garden Bay community now has an upgraded wastewater treatment plant that was commissioned earlier this week on 19th July 2022. This is the first phase of the overall upgrade of the sewage network system in the area. The second phase, which will upgrade the sewage network, bringing the effluent to the plant, is expected to commence in the first quarter of 2023. I'm also pleased to report that the works are ongoing on the East End Longlook sewage upgrade. The benching and sealing of the manholes are just about completed, and installation of the lateral lines is expected to commence later this week. The works on the upgrade of the Eastern Longlook sewage system continues with the installation of the sewer lines commencing at the Stickett and terminating on the main road in the vicinity of the bus stop in Fat Hogs Bay. This has been a long outstanding matter for decades, and we are determined and resolute in our current position that sewage issues in the low-lying areas of the Eastern and Longlook communities must be fixed. These improvements, unfortunately, will come with some growing pains, as it were. I refer specifically to the disruption in the traffic flow and the potholes created as a result of uncovering manholes and other relevant connection points as we go about this work. You can be assured that we will be doing everything in our reach to minimize these inconveniences by engaging in a robust road reinstatement program. In the midst of it, I ask for the understanding and patience of the residents of the Eastern Longlook communities and everyone who traverse these areas. National Water Improvement Program. Madam Speaker, the people of the Virgin Islands have been crying out and asking for solution as it relates to the water woes that we are currently facing. These issues are many, and from an age-old distribution system that breaks frequently, to an unforgiving terrain when it comes to managing and maintaining the necessary pressures to pump water to higher elevations. I want the citizens of this territory to know that my team and I are doing everything within the realm of possibility and budgetary constraints to address each and every issue that is raised. We have resolved to replace the age-old distribution work by changing out the PVC pipes and replacing them with the more resilient HDPE pipes. The idea here is that over time, the system would have been upgraded. This process of changing out the pipes, especially in the areas that experience breakage, is being carefully balanced with the myriad of complaints being received ranging from lack of water to incorrect billing. Again, I ask for your patience and understanding, and I assure you that your concerns will be addressed. Hurricane preparedness. Madam Speaker, as we are currently in the 2022 hurricane season, the Ministry through the Public Works Department and the Water and Sewage Department is prepared. The Public Works Department road crew is in full throttle, ready in the territory by ensuring that all drains and guts are cleared of debris. This helps in mitigating the adverse effects of heavy rainfalls that can cause flooding. The Water and Sewage Department is doing everything to ensure that the water reservoirs are sufficiently filled to mitigate the adverse effect of hurricane-force winds. The challenges are many. However, we moved steadfastly and speedily, tempered with an abundance of caution, into the future, rebuilding the infrastructure of our beloved Virgin Islands. Road network improvement, Fish Bay road works being carried out by the RDA. Madam Speaker, I wish to provide an update on the Fish Bay Road. The Fish Bay Road is now awaiting asphalt. The tender is currently in the evaluation stage of the RDA's procurement process. I therefore crave your indulgence as I provide a report on the progress we have made. The achievement of this project are as follows. Demolition of 1,607.2 feet of box drains and 1,026.64 feet of asphalt. Construction of 3,132.4 feet of reinforced concrete box drains with metal grills and gratings. Building of 541.2 feet of reinforced curb and slipper drain. 1,541.6 feet of full road reconstruction with 492 feet thick reinforced concrete. Demolition of an existing culvert, replacing it with a larger and wider one. Rehabilitation of a smaller existing culvert, reinforced concrete catch basin. Construction of 95.12 feet of retaining wall, 738 feet of raised reinforced concrete sidewalls, and supply and installation of a new water line for water and sewage. The new reinforced road is designed and built stronger to accommodate the heavier trucks used in the area, and once completed with asphalt, will provide a safer and smoother ride for all drivers. The new culvert is 10 times larger than the designed requirement, along with some additional dredging at the channel between Skelton Billet and CTL will prevent major flooding in this area. The water pipeline upgrades on behalf of the Water and Sewage Department showed a cohesive approach to executing major works while maintaining the integrity of the project. Once all the above works are completed, a new asphalt road surface will be applied with painting and marking to increase road safety and guarantee a smooth ride for motorists. The Fish Bay Road Rehabilitation Project is expected to mitigate against flooding in the area, provide better drainage and a better road surface. These works should not only improve the road safety, but also reduce the impact caused by heavy rains in the area. I would like to publicly thank the RDA and the contractor Atlan Heavy Equipment Company Limited for their pursuit of excellence in executing this major road project and for working diligently with the Ministry of Communications and Work to the Permanent Secretary to get the job done. Also worthy of mention is the strong relationship coordinated between the Permanent Secretary and the team from the Water and Sewage Department in collaborating with the RDA and the contractor for the upgrade and installation of the water pipeline. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. At this time, we'll take a short recess. This House now resumes its sitting. At this time, I call the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor and member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have 4 short statements that I wish to bring before this honorable House. The first one, Madam Speaker, is on the 2022 United Nations Oceans Conference. Madam Speaker, the United Nations places great importance on the conservation and sustainable use of the ocean, seas, and marine resources under the Sustainable Development Goal, or SDG 14, which is life under the water. The Virgin Islands has a proud long history and relationship with the sea. We derive our significant ocean resources and the economic sectors they support. The traditional blue sectors of fisheries and tourism play an important economic role and are essential keys for the employment and sustainable livelihoods within this territory. We further recognize that for this and future generations to derive greater benefit, we must solidify the place of the ocean in a planning framework that allows the continued sustainability to manage this resource. The UNDP-led National Development Planning process has already engaged our community in a meaningful dialogue which places the further enhancement of economic opportunities that the marine sectors offer. An equally important strategy will be the adoption of our approval by Cabinet of the newly developed Blue Economy Roadmap, which was also led and supported in partnership with the United Nations Development Program. The main goals of this Blue Economy Roadmap are: 1, to support the sustainable and further development of the existing fishery sector; 2, expand and further develop the tourism and marine subsector; 3, improve the existing knowledge base around the marine environment capacity to undertake future research; 4, explore the new and emerging opportunities that could be developed in the Virgin Islands; and 5, further explore ways in which the Virgin Islands can participate in the regional activities in support of the attained SDG 14. Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands has a mature and world-class charter yachting and nature-based tourism economy. In stating this, we must, however, recognize that the traditional use of our marine resources has extended to a relatively narrow area of our coastal waters. However, under the international law, the Virgin Islands has rights and responsibilities over approximately 84,000 square kilometers or 200 nautical miles of marine space, a maritime area that is significantly larger than our area. Recognizing the importance and opportunities presented by this area, I attended the United Nations Oceans Conference held in Lisbon, Portugal on the week of the 27th of June through July 1st. The goal of the participation of our delegation was to build partnerships, lend support to 140 other countries participating in the conference, and identify new opportunities to further developing of our exclusive economic zone in the marine resources. During this conference, I was able to join the community of small island developing states that advance the very strong notion that our economies should be viewed instead of the lens of the recategorization as a large ocean states given the combined vastness of our exclusive economic zones. This paradigm shift is an important one since it recognizes that the definition of our small land masses does not account for how much larger we are. When our oceans factor into the spatial dimension, we must recognize that we are vast, untapped resources in the oceans which must be better understood and which must serve as the key to the economic growth of this territory. Madam Speaker, the United Nations Oceans Conference offered an important opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to building partnerships with leaders dedicated to managing their ocean sustainability and responsibility. The territory had a long relationship with the global Islands Partnership Alliance, better known as GLISPR, and this relationship has been an important one where the BVI has had meaningful exchanges with global practitioners and leaders in the conservation works within the government and non-governmental community. I had opportunities to lead dialogues and extend frameworks for the corporation to receive technical assistance and exchange knowledge to better manage our marine-related sectors, fisheries, tourism, and scientific research. I acknowledge and express appreciation to our partners in the Economic Commission of Latin American and Caribbean and United Development States for their continued support for the technical level, which have facilitated our delegation's participation at the meeting. Their support to our territory builds on that which was offered immediately after the 2017 hurricanes and continues to be a fruitful one. Madam Speaker, the participations in the United Nations Ocean Conference is an important step in our ability to demonstrate that we are committed to lending our support and joining the community of leaders that prize and value the sustainable development of our economies. Our economic growth is inextricably linked to the use of the expansion in a much larger area of our exclusive economic zone, which is a goal of the government and in real time will continue to provide greater opportunities for the engagement of national stakeholders in the blue economy. Madam Speaker, I thank you for that, and I will move directly to the next statement. The next statement, Madam Speaker, is the attendance of the 9th meeting of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States Council of Ministers dealing with environmental sustainability. Madam Speaker, the 9th meeting of the Council of Ministers Environmental Sustainable, or COMS meeting, was held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines from the 31st of May to the 2nd of June 2022 at the Beachcombers Hotel rooms in St. Vincent. Unfortunately, as it was my first month as Minister of Natural Resources and Labor, I could not attend in person, but had the opportunity to attend virtually and was honored to be present for my first meeting of this extent since receiving the ministerial portfolio. The Council of Ministers Environmental Sustainability Meeting is organized by the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, or OECS, and is focused on issues relating to climate change, adaptation and mitigation, biodiversity management, and renewable energy, and the protected areas, just to name a few. The theme of the meeting was shifting to a more integrated approaches for sustainability, resilience, and prosperity in the OECS SIDS. The government of the Virgin Islands, along with other OECS member states, have adopted and committed to the implementation of the revised St. George's Declaration of Principles for Environmental Sustainability, SDG 2040, to minimize environmental vulnerability, improve environmental management, and protect the region's natural resources. The focus of this meeting was for ministers to recommend and endorse the OECS's projects for the upcoming calendar year that would bridge the gap across priority environmental themes and make linkages with key economic and social pillars for designing and accelerating the sustainable policies and solutions. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor is committed to continued effective management of our natural resources of these islands in a manner that ensures long-term sustainability for generations and the values of continued partnerships and support rendered by the Environment and the Sustainable Commission of the OECS. Madam Speaker, I will provide an update to this Honorable House once the final report of the OECS is submitted with the ratified decisions of the Council. Madam Speaker, I thank you and move to my third paper. And this paper, Madam Speaker, is the update on the stranded short fin pilot whales at Anegada. Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure to provide this Honorable House with an update on the whale stranding event within our territory waters on the first week of July 2022. On Saturday, July 2nd, My ministry was notified with a mass whale stranding of the eastern point of Anegada, just past the Conch Mounds that are frequently visited by residents and visitors. I was on travel duty, so the information was relayed to me as I was boarding my return flight to the territory. Mr. Chris Jederon and his nonprofit organization Beyond the Reef happened to be in Anegada on another matter and quickly responded to the scene to assist with the stranded whales. Madam Speaker, they were able to successfully rescue 2 whales by assisting them from the shallow silty sand area around the eastern point of Anegada into deeper waters after several hours of joining their pod about 80 to 100 whales that made it through the reef area. On the Virgin Islands Day, Monday, July 4th, a team of government officials and I traveled to the eastern point of Anegada to assess the area where dozens of whales had been stranded and died. The delegation included, Madam Speaker, Acting Premier, Honorable Kai Reimer, Junior Minister for Trade, Honorable Shireen De Castro, the Acting Deputy Secretary and the Minister of Natural Resources and Labor, Mervyn Hastings, the marine biologist from the Environment and Climate Change Unit, and also the Ministry of Labor and Immigration, Natural Resources and Labor, Ms. Argel Horton, along with the governor who joined us. Madam Speaker, we observed some 30 to 40 dead short-fin pilot whales carcasses spread along the shoreline. We were told that there were another 10 to 15 dead whales in and around the mangrove areas just beyond the conch shell mounds. While on site, we consulted with the Anegada fishermen and a team from Beyond the Reef to determine the best way to dispose of the dead carcasses after the biopsy samples were taken, and assistance from the Association of Reef Keepers, better known as ARC, its volunteers, Ms. Shannon, Dr. Shannon Gore, and the persons who came around from Anegada and the Rotary. Madam Speaker, a number of people in Anegada depend on the conch shell mounds for their livelihood, from the lobster fishermen to the local guides, as the area is important to the tourism site, and as such, a decision was made to dispose of the dead whales. That afternoon, 11 whales that were still in the shallow waters were dragged out to sea by manually tying a rope to the whales and pulling them by boat. On Tuesday, Madam Speaker, July 5th, a backhoe was brought in to deal with the dead whales and were stranded along the beach. 39 whales were buried, and 5 of these burial sites were GPS marked for possible removal in the future for a full skeletal remain that could be mounted on display. Madam Speaker, to sum it up, a total of 50 whales were disposed. A total of 2 whales were saved, and a total of 3 whales were floated away on their own. Madam Speaker, biopsy samples were sent away for analysis, but it is very important to keep in mind that the results will take time, and we may never know the true cause of this mass stranding, as some of the whales would have been healthy and just come in to assist those that were sick or affected. We will, however, be able to indicate what population they came from and a number of other variables as the large set of data was collected. Madam Speaker, we were able to, similarly, an autopsy on humans, or it's called, sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what we were able to do is have the samples done, and which would have needed to be completed in a 24-hour basis of the stranded whales to get more understanding of the logistics of where they were traveling from and other information to look into their areas. So as a large ocean state, it is very important that we equip ourselves to handle the incidents such as this. As such, I have taken my task to the ministry and initialized a local stranded network in the industry within our territory. The government of the Virgin Islands continue to acknowledge the support of cross-sectional collaborations with our non-governmental agency. To Mr. Christopher Jenneron and his team Beyond the Reef, Dr. Shannon Gore and her team from the Association of Reef Keepers, all our local fishermen and residents on the island of Islandgada, and volunteers from the Bvi Rotary who came out, I say thank you for the work that you have done and made it possible to help in our combined resources.
Honorable member, I'm sorry to interject, but before you move on, I believe we need to just clarify the record in relation to your delegation. You indicated Junior Minister for Trade. I believe you meant to say Honorable Shireen Flax Charles.
Yes, Madam Speaker, did I say?
You said Honorable Shireen De Castro.
I apologize, Madam Speaker, for the record.
Thank you.
Please make that correction. I apologize to the honorable member. Madam Speaker, my final statement is on the significance of the One Virgin Islands Poker Run 2022. The Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor wishes to extend congratulations to the organizers of the One Virgin Islands Poker Run 2022 for a wildly successful event. We appreciate the committee's diligence in partnering with our ministry and other relative stakeholders in ensuring that not just the safety of the participants, but also the safety of our environment. I ask, Madam Speaker, that you permit me to share remarks from Dr. Trumbull, one of the Virgin Islands Poker Run Committee members and founder, and some of his own thoughts to shed light on what I believe to be the event's far-reaching social impact. The mission of this inaugural nautical event was to stimulate our tourism economy through the utilization of our natural resources, mainly our beaches and ocean, in an eco-friendly manner that has limited negative carbon impact to our environment. Over 200 boats, Madam Speaker, attended the One VI Poker Run. 160 hands were played, raising over $20,000 for identified local schools that have been identified to outfit 30 computers each, 2 AC units, and a smart whiteboard for modern teaching along the free high-speed internet courtesy of CCT. The two-day event, Madam Speaker, attracted about 1,500 persons to the CB Rodney Pear Park on Friday, July 8th, and about 3,000 plus persons to King Garden Bay on Sunday, July 10th, 2022. The four stops, namely Foxy's Taboo, Blunder Bay, North Sound Bistro, Loose Mongoose in Trellis Bay, Tortola, and Paradise Club and Lounge, allowed boaters to circumnavigate around the main island of Tortola incident-free. Ecotourism was highlighted, and this inaugural event, there were many visitors that flew in specifically for the run from Canada, Antigua, Anguilla, and the United States, while fellow boaters from the USVI St. Martin crossed the waters to be present. Patronization of hotels, car rentals, charter boats, and trickle-down economic impact is estimated to the range of over $500,000 for this annual event. Her Majesty's Customs were instrumental through their donation of $5,000 in kind with the waiving of cruising fees and the vital support throughout the event. The Honorable Premier and Minister of Communication and Works are also recognized for their contributions and support to this event. Madam Speaker, the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force also made this event possible, in addition to, as I said before, the Minister, Honorable Reimer, for his assistance with the requisite permits. The One VI Poker Run event has brought together a collection of organizers, volunteers, sponsors, partnerships, boaters, boat enthusiasts, and volunteers and visitors, and it was truly monumental. The committee desires to continue this event, marry the love of the community, islands, and ocean as One VI to make a positive impact. And Madam Speaker, and I, as a fellow boat enthusiast and Minister of Natural Resources and Labor, support this event in the opportunity to continue to support these Virgin Islands. It is my hope that we continue to revive the tourism product in a manner that not only provides opportunity for entertainment, but also creates the channels of resources back to society for the people of this territory, such as was demonstrated here by the One VI Poker Run Committee. Madam Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to make these short statements.
Thank you, Minister for Natural Resources and Labor. I now call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development and member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Morning, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make my statements. Madam Speaker, I have 3 statements this morning. First statement, Madam Speaker, is on the relaxation of the COVID-19 protocols. Madam Speaker, it has been 2.5 years since the mysterious coronavirus-related pneumonia was first detected in Wuhan, China, which rapidly evolved into the global COVID-19 pandemic. Over that time, decisive action was taken to safeguard the people of the Virgin Islands against this deadly variant, while building capacity of the health system to prevent and detect the spread of the virus and administer life-saving treatments and vaccines. Madam Speaker, our people have experienced lockdowns, curfews, quarantine orders, isolation requirements, mask mandates, hand hygiene, and social distancing protocols, and border restrictions in an effort to keep us safe from a virus that is changing constantly. These measures have resulted in significant social and economic impacts across all sectors of our society. Despite our best efforts, several residents experienced severe illness and loss of relatives or friends, which has heightened during surges of prominent variants, particularly from July 2021. That was a terrible time for all of us, Madam Speaker. As Minister of Health and Social Development, I want to again extend my condolences to everyone that have lost a loved one because of COVID-19. I pray that God will continue to give you comfort and strength. Madam Speaker, this time of reflection is important, and it is also important to take courage and look to the future with hope. We are heartened by the uptake of vaccines in the territory, the milder impacts of the variants currently in circulation, and the downward trend in positive cases, hospitalizations, and COVID-19 related deaths. As of July 20th, there were 13 active cases recorded in the territory, with 1 person hospitalized. We have made the necessary investments and adjustments and encourage personal responsibility as we learn to safely live and work in the COVID-19 era. The heightened capacity for infectious diseases Madam Speaker, this heightened capacity for infectious disease prevention and control also puts the territory in a stronger position to respond to the international spread of other viruses, such as monkeypox, which has already been detected in the Caribbean region. Madam Speaker, in line with global and regional trends, the Government of National Unity recently announced several adjustments to our COVID-19 protocols based on advice from public health professionals. As a result of the revocation or expiration of certain legal instruments, masks are no longer legally mandated to be worn, but may be still required by certain establishments and are strongly encouraged in high-risk settings. Businesses are no longer legally required to have in place physical distancing protocols or sanitization measures. However, all public and private establishments are strongly encouraged to maintain access to hand hygiene facilities and other disease prevention and control measures. COVID-19 related travel requirements have been removed, such as vaccination, pre-arrival and entry testing, and registration for entry certificates. And persons are no longer subjected to quarantine and isolation orders. Madam Speaker, these changes will facilitate the movement and social interaction of residents and visitors to these islands, which will in turn have a positive socioeconomic impact on the territory. This was a bold and necessary step, Madam Speaker, as we continue to grapple with the dynamic of this pandemic while still managing to enhance the economic security of this territory. These changes come at a critical time where families can now plan summer travel and social events without additional COVID-19 related expenses. You can also expect a positive impact on a visitor's arrival, as travelers are more enticed by destinations with limited or no restrictions. Let me be among the first to welcome family, friends, and visitors to the Virgin Islands over the coming weeks and months to experience our tranquil yet vibrant surroundings and enjoy our emancipation festivals. Madam Speaker, in closing, I urge visitors and everyone who call these Virgin Islands home to continue to take responsible precautions to limit the spread of COVID-19 in the community. Frequent hand washing, wearing of masks where appropriate, showing proper cough etiquette, and vaccinations are strongly encouraged in order to protect you and persons around you from COVID-19. I thank you, Madam Speaker. My first statement. Madam Speaker, my second statement is on the social assistance grants. Madam Speaker, as part of its commitment to implementing the Commission of Inquiry recommendations and achieve greater accountability in the use of public funds, Cabinet made a decision on the 22nd of June 2022 that all social assistance grants programs will be transferred to the Social Development Department with effect from July 2022. Persons who were approved for monthly grants from the House of Assembly as of the 30th of June 2022 have been automatically enrolled into a 3-month transition grant program. During the period of July to September, each beneficiary will continue to receive monthly payments at the same rate as they were before the transfer. The transition period will allow time for each beneficiary's household to be assessed by social workers in order to determine if they are eligible to receive further financial support upon the public assistance program. Persons who qualify will be enrolled onto the public assistance program beginning October 2022. For persons who do not qualify for public assistance, monthly disbursements will conclude at the end of September. Referrals may be made to other social programs or services where appropriate. Madam Speaker, in addition to recurring monthly grants to persons who are unable to earn sufficient income and do not have the means to meet their basic needs, the Public Assistance Committee may also approve a range of emergency, short-term, or medium-term grants in several categories based on verified financial need and immigration status. The categories of assistance offered are food and household supplies, utilities and/or rent, child care assistance, funeral and burial assistance, medical assistance, transportation, emergency assistance, and clothing assistance. Priority will be given to vulnerable children, persons over 65, unemployed persons, and persons with disabilities. At this time, Madam Speaker, I would like to encourage individuals within our community who are experiencing financial hardship to apply to the Public Assistance Committee or financial assistance. Each applicant or household will be means tested to assess their level of income, expenditures, and assets in order to determine eligibility and the appropriate amount and type of assistance required. All applicants will be informed of the committee's decision in writing. Application forms are available online on the government's website at www.bvi.gov.bg or can be collected from the Social Development Department offices located at Johns Hole, Tortola, next to the Bvi Red Cross. Or the Valley Virgin Gorda forms can be also collected by district offices on the sister islands. Madam Speaker, another item on the reform agenda calls for a wholesale review of the social assistance benefit system and government-funded grants led by the governor and Minister of the Social Development. Terms and reference have already been developed to guide this review, and it is expected that a consultant team will shortly be engaged and an oversight committee established to ensure its timely and effective implementation. Madam Speaker, this important review should take place from August to November this year, and I will provide further updates on its progress, including opportunities for public to provide input at the appropriate time. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will now make my final statement. Madam Speaker, that statement is about the student recycling competition. Madam Speaker, I crave your indulgence as I make a short announcement of this year's student recycling competition, being hosted under the recycling program called We Recycle, which is administered jointly by the Department of Waste Management and the nonprofit organization Green Bvi. This year's student recycling competition will run concurrently on our main islands, Anegada, Bojangorda, Jasmine Dyke, and Tortola, for the entire month of August. Recyclables to be collected include plastic bottles, bags, containers, packaging, foams, films, glass bottles and jars, and aluminum drink cans. Once registered, students can drop off clean, separated recyclables at the collection center where deposits will be weighed and recorded. Students who collect the most plastic or the most glass or the most aluminum on each island will win a new laptop computer. Madam Speaker, this contest is intended to put more we into the we recycle, so relatives and friends are encouraged to join in and support the students in this recycling drive. Students must sign up to participate in the competition and can register online at greenbi.org or call or WhatsApp 346-4040. And that number again is 346-4040 for more information. Laptop winners will be announced on September 2nd, and I wish everyone the best. Madam Speaker, everyone is welcome to help create a greener, cleaner, healthier BVI, and I thank you for your attention. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister for Health. At this time, I'll call on the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to update the House and the people of the Virgin Islands on a number of matters. Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to update this Honorable House on the territory's international affairs. Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands is not operating in isolation. We are connected to the world economically, politically, and environmentally, and must engage with the rest of the world to advance and protect our interests and to join with international partners to address global challenges that affect us all, such as climate change and pollution of the ocean. I'm pleased to report that our engagement with the United Nations remains very strong. In the margins of the recent CARICOM Heads of Government meeting in Suriname, I had the honor of meeting and exchanging with UN Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres. I personally thanked him for the UN support to the Virgin Islands for COVID response and sustainable development. I was very pleased that he is aware of our ongoing efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, and that the UN will continue to do its best to provide assistance to us as we continue our journey on the path of sustainable development. I was also grateful for a courtesy call with the UN Resident Coordinator for Barbados and the Caribbean, Mr. Didier Trebek, who pledged to continue close cooperation with the government of the Virgin Islands on a UN joint program on social protection and youth economic empowerment, which involves technical assistance from 4 UN agencies that include UNICEF, UNESCO, the World Food Programme, and the International Labour Organization. In addition, I met Ms. Diane Corles, who is the head of the Caribbean Sub-Regional Headquarters in Port of Spain of the UN Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean, or ECLAC. She confirmed that additional technical assistance to the Virgin Islands was being considered in various areas of sustainable development. We also discussed specific support measures needed by overseas territories that are associate members of ECLAC that are striving to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I pledge to continue the Virgin Islands advocacy on behalf of associate members in our current capacity as Vice Chair of ECLAC's Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee. Importantly, Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands has been the international champion for greater UN assistance to those OTs classified as non-self-governing territories, made a very strong representation at the UN Pacific Regional Seminar on Decolonization in May in St. Lucia for the UN to step up its effort to engage the territories and to be clear on what specific technical assistance the various UN agencies could lend to them. For example, several of these non-governing territories would like to develop national sustainable development plans with UN support, just as we have, but need on of how to access that support from within the UN system. We'll put the agenda via the PDCC until our terms as Vice Chair is over. Madam Speaker, on the 15th of June, I had the privilege of addressing the UN Special Committee on Decolonization in New York, also referred to as the C24, where the committee, including political developments on the ground, our progress in recovering from the COVID-19 global pandemic, support currently being received by the UN for sustainable development, and additional technical assistance needed. Madam Speaker, I want to briefly explain why it is important for the Virgin Islands to be represented before the C24 at its various sessions. Excuse me, Madam Speaker. The other related UN committees, which I have done several times over the past 3 years, first, the governments of the non-self-governing territories are obliged to appear before the C24 so that committee members can hear the perspectives of the various territory governments on the progress of decolonization. This is necessary so that the committee can consider how best to assist in helping the territory achieve a full measure of self-government. However, this is only one dimension of the engagement the C24 provides. The other dimension concerns technical assistance to the non-self-governing territories from the UN and international partners to assist them in their development. It is important for the public to know that the UN has a legal obligation under the UN Charter to assist the Virgin Islands with our development. That is why the UN immediately responded after Hurricanes Irma and Maria and during COVID to help stabilize things on the ground. To be clear, UN support is not limited to emergency or crisis response. It is also for sustainable development, which covers a wide number of areas. The C24 is the primary forum established by the UN for the non-self-governing territories to make representation on the development needs and the support they require. The government of the Virgin Islands over the past 3.5 years has been highly effective in doing so, which continues to benefit us. Overall, my recent visit to New York was successful which also included meetings with ambassadors from Grenada, St. Lucia, and the United Kingdom. Before I turn from the UN, I want to congratulate Minister for Natural Resources and Labor, Honorable Melvin Mitch Turnbull, for his outstanding representation of the Virgin Islands at the recent UN Oceans Conference in Portugal, where he presented our ambitions to become the most sustainable yachting destination in the world. Thank you, Minister, for ensuring our voice was heard on the world stage and maintaining our partnership with the GLISPA and the Alliance of Small Island States, or OASIS. Madam Speaker, I will now turn to the regional level. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the Virgin Islands' relationship with the Caribbean is as strong as it has ever been. I recently traveled to Suriname, where I attended the 43rd regular meeting of the Conference of the Heads of Government of CARICOM. I had the honor of engaging with political leaders such as Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados, Prime Minister Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonzalez of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Prime Minister the Honorable Gaston Brown of Antigua and Barbuda, Prime Minister the Honorable Philip Pierre of St. Lucia, newly elected Prime Minister of Grenada, Honorable Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister Honorable Johnny Briceno of Belize, Prime Minister Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley of Trinidad and Tobago, His Excellency President Orfan Ali of Guyana, and President Chan Santoki of Suriname, among others. We discussed critical issues such as regional transport, food security, and the steps that are being taken to address the challenges in these areas. These are issues that affect us here in the Virgin Islands, and it is important that we are part of such important discussions, especially the issue of regional transportation. Follow-up meetings are scheduled in both areas to progress identified solutions. The heads of government also expressed their full support for the Virgin Islands and the Government of National Unity. They continue to offer technical assistance as we undertake reform. I promise to keep them updated on our progress and to follow up technical assistance where required. Madam Speaker, I have participated in several CARICOM heads of government meetings in the past 3 years, and I can say with confidence that our Caribbean family supports us. We are part of them and they are part of us. By working together, we will accomplish more as a region. Madam Speaker, at the sub-regional level, we are firmly engaged with OECS. In fact, OECS remained fully engaged with us as we navigated the recent political turbulence we experienced here in the territory. The Director General, Dr. Didicus Jules, was steadfast in his support. Since the crisis period, we have remained meaningfully engaged with the organization. In May, we participated in the ninth meeting of the Council of Ministers, where participants discussed advancing sustainable development. We are also engaged in other areas of important work being taken forward. Madam Speaker, in terms of the Virgin Islands' relations with Latin America, we continue to participate in the Association of Caribbean States that brings together the countries and territories of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. I have had very good recent discussions with the ACS Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Rodolfo Sabanch, on the importance of the participation of associate members in the work of the organization. Presently, the Virgin Islands is involved in internal discussions on restructuring how the ACS engages with its members. Prior to this, we participated in the 27th Ordinary Meeting of the ACS Ministerial Council in April, and was fully involved in the preparatory meetings prior to that. Several ACS meetings on trade, environment, tourism, and disaster risk reduction are scheduled in the weeks ahead, which we will attend. Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands also remains engaged with our fellow overseas territories, both those in the Caribbean and those outside. Last month, I participated in the pre-joint Ministerial Council of OT leaders in our preparation for ministerial meetings with the UK in November. Our discussions were productive, including our consensus that it is now necessary for the UK and OTs to have a thorough discussion on the parameters of our constitutional relationship and the way forward. Greater clarity is needed for all concerned. For several OTs, they want greater flexibility in the constitutional relationship so they can continue to grow. In terms of the Caribbean OTs, the Caribbean OTs caucus is active. We met in the margins of the CARICOM Heads of Government meeting in Suriname to discuss our perspectives on the CARICOM agenda as associate members and to continue coordinating our position on various issues. I want to commend Premier Washington Missick of the Turks and Caicos Islands for his leadership, who has been guiding the OTs as a whole through this very turbulent period. I'm personally very grateful to him, and he has my full support. Finally, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that in the UK, after much hard work and effort by our international affairs team, and in particular the BVI London office, the BVI All-Party Parliamentary Group was officially re-established last month. The group is made up of parliamentarians within the UK Parliament who will be a voice for the BVI within the House of Commons and House of Lords. The chair is Mr. James Sunderland, MP. Madam Speaker, the Government of National Unity will continue to be engaged internationally and to work in the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. With that, Madam Speaker, I conclude my update on international affairs.
Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I will continue with an update on tourism. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to present a brief statement to this Honorable House on the work of the Bvi Tourist Board. Madam Speaker, the term of the board of the Bvi Tourist Board will expire on the 31st of July 2022. As a responsible administration, the Government of National Unity has been proactive in ensuring that there remains stable and quality leadership of this most important statutory body. On the 8th of July 2022, advertisements were published inviting persons who are interested in serving on the Bvi Tourist Board to submit their applications. The deadline for submission of application forms was the 16th of July 2022, and we are in the process of considering applications to make selections. The outgoing board has been a hard-working one, and on behalf of the government and people of the Virgin Islands, I wish to thank the members for their service. I also want to thank and congratulate the chairman, Mrs. Kanisha Sprav, for her commendable leadership of the board. The Bvi Tourist Board is always looking at ways to improve the visitor experience and adding value to their visit. And while the pandemic prevented the outgoing board from following through with some of their ideas, the board did rise to the pandemic's unforeseen challenges and was able to complete a few projects and start others that the board hopes will be seen to completion. To provide some highlights of the work of the current and outgoing board, Madam Speaker, I will list the following. The board ensured that the Bvi Tourist Board has a working strategic plan to assist them in moving the organization forward on a clear path. The board ensured that the Bvi Tourist Board was relocated to a new space which would provide employees with a comfortable environment, giving them a sense of home. One of the first initiatives of the board was to conduct an internal human resource audit for the organization. The board saw to the updating of the HR policies to ensure a fair and level playing field for all staff members. During the handling of the pandemic, the Bvi Tourist Board partnered with the H. Lavity Stout Community College to design the Gold Seal program, which prepared the industry for welcoming guests back to our shores, and to also elevate the service excellence throughout the Virgin Islands. Under the leadership of the board, we were able to restore tourism during a pandemic to allow our industry partners to reach new levels of occupancy and provide locals with opportunities to create jobs within the tourism industry, such as charter companies, water taxis, and concierge services to assist guests in planning their vacation. The Bvi Tourist Board ensured that guests were greeted year-round at the Rotown Ferry Terminal with steel pan music to start the guest experience on a high note. Live entertainment was also provided at all ports of entry during the busiest times of the year. The Bvi Tourist Board restored the smallest post office in the Caribbean in Virgin Gorda. It renovated 2 lookout sites on Virgin Gorda and created a third, equipped with a mounted telescope. These sites allow visitors to experience our magnificent hillside vistas on purpose-built platforms as their tour guides relate to them parts of the Virgin Islands story. Most recently, the Bvi Tourist Board completed not 1, but 4 island signs in each of the main islands. These signs have already attracted many visitors for photo opportunities and have created additional value on island tours, which is excellent for our taxi drivers and tour guides. The signs have been painted by local artists depicting historical and cultural scenes that resonate with the unique character of each island. Bvi flags and Bvi love flags are being erected on the Queen Elizabeth II Bridge at Beef Island to add excitement to our visitors entering through the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport. The Bvi Tourist Board is currently in the planning stages in regard to constructing the Trellis Bay waiting area. The Bvi Tourist Board is in the process of providing current Olympians with a stipend to assist them and also for them to assist the Bvi by having them promote the destination through sports tourism. Madam Speaker, I'm sure everyone will agree that these are some commendable achievements given the challenges to the local and international tourism and travel industries brought on by the COVID-19 global pandemic, which started in 2020. Madam Speaker, the numbers illustrate that Bvi tourism continues to have a healthy resurgence. The Virgin Islands welcomed over 202,000 visitors over the first 4 months of 2022. These comprised 140,000 cruise visitors, 60,268 overnight guests, and 1,949 day trippers. I'm advised that the tourism off-season is changing. Tourism industry partners are reporting positive guest numbers as far down as September, when normally the season traditionally slow down in May or June. The Bvi Tourist Board continues to promote Bvi Staycation to further entice local residents and persons from the United States, Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico to partake in and enjoy the special offerings that will be promoted. This is intended to act as a buffer when guest numbers are not at their highest. Events like the inaugural locally organized One Bvi Poker Run, the upcoming Christmas in July featuring our beloved Spanish Navy, Bvi Summer Sizzle, and our Emancipation celebrations are helping to extend our traditional tourism season to the benefit of our tourism industry partners. Over the past 2 months, with the help of the Bvi Tourist Board, the Virgin Islands has hosted several social media influencers, each with over 500,000 targeted followers, as well as quite a few travel journalists and media houses. These persons tell the story of our amazing destination in an authentic way to their followers and readers, inspiring their wanderlust. The Bvi Tourist Board marketing team will be attending Virtuoso Travel Week in Las Vegas in August and CHTA Marketplace in Puerto Rico in October to ensure that Destination Bvi remains front of mind with the luxury travel agents and tour operators who specialize in promoting destinations like the Bvi. The Bvi Tourist Board is planning for a major brand engagement for 2023 that will see brand Bvi paired with internationally recognized luxury brands and showcased across our international feeder markets. The Bvi Tourist Board has officially launched its North American Sail and Stay Summer campaign. The board partnered with Travel Desk, a data-driven media solutions company specializing in multi-channel targeting strategies for this year's campaign. The campaign will deliver precision data targeting of U.S. leisure travelers with a beautiful and inspiring advertising campaign. These ads will encourage bookings of packages, deals available to purchase directly from our participating partners' websites. To maximize our investment and boost interest in partner offerings, interested participating partners will receive a pixel for their landing page for retargeting visitors to their website. The 11 participating partners across the various tourism sectors. A rising tide floats all boats, so even non-participating TIPs will benefit from the travel desk exposure. Madam Speaker, I'm advised that the incentive market is doing extremely well, with many groups on the books for the upcoming summer and through 2024. We have had several total buyouts already for the year in many of our major hotels, with another full buyout third week of August. The BVI is a prime incentive destination with a multi-island destination and top-of-the-line activities. The romance market is also on the rise again, as couples are now getting back to in-person ceremonies instead of the Zoom weddings. We have seen many full buyouts already for the year, with million-dollar weddings at major resorts on the island. The honeymoon and renewal market are also on the rise as the pandemic has slowed down and couples look forward to their destination honeymoons. These niche markets are fruitful ones for the BVI, and the Bvi Tourist Board will continue their marketing efforts to the incentive and romance niche markets to increase returns. The Bvi Tourist Board team continues to liaise with various government agencies, NGOs, and industry partners to ensure when guests arrive, their vacation is flawless. Destination management is a key focus for the team as they traverse the destination, documenting anything that might impede the guest experience, and make representations to the various government agencies to rectify challenges identified. Add to the third power remains the theme for the 2022 Customer Service Training Focus, as the standards and training team encourage businesses and employees to revise how the business is viewed by customers, renew areas where the business can improve its product and service offerings, and re-engage customers to encourage greater support. To date, over 400 persons from government offices, schools, mom and pop small businesses, hotels, restaurants, taxi professionals, churches, and youth groups all tremendously benefited from the training sessions. All participants obtained a Service of Excellence certificate from the Bvi Tourist Board. As a member of the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association Partnership Program, the destination benefited from a free strategic service assessment. Stakeholders on the Zoom session included cruise agents, government agencies, and the transportation sector. The assessment identified gaps and missed opportunities in the product and service offerings. This will help guide the Bvi Tourist Board as they prepare their 2023 customer service targets. The Bvi Tourist Board encourages businesses to make the most of these free sessions. Persons are encouraged to contact the Bvi Tourist Board Standards and Training Team to register. The Bvi Tourist Board guest welcome booth at the Terrence B. International Airport is closed for repairs. But I'm happy to update that the Bvi Tourist Board will have a new welcome area at the airport in time for the start of the peak season. The refurbishment of the S. Vanessa Faulkner Botanical Garden on Anegada is underway and will be completed by the start of the peak season as well. And refurbishment of all the lookout sites on Virgin Gorda and Anegada are underway as well. Madam Speaker, all of this is the result of hard and dedicated work by the outgoing board and the management and staff of the Bvi Tourist Board. I once again thank them for their efforts, and through their work, we can say that there is much to look forward to for our tourism industry and for the benefit of our tourism stakeholders and the economy in the weeks and months ahead and beyond. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to update on tourism. Madam Speaker, I will now give an update on the implementation of the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As persons may recall, on the 8th of June 2022, In a public statement, the governor advised that the United Kingdom government accepted the Government of National Unity's final proposal, the framework for the implementation of the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry report and other reforms. This framework document outlines how the implementation of the COI recommendations could be achieved without suspending parts of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. It entails deliverables and timelines for the actions, which include reforms to legislation, policies, and administrative systems, with the House of Assembly, Cabinet, ministers, ministries of government, and the governor performing in their existing roles. The Government of National Unity expressed its commitment to providing the support required so that these and other recommendations, such as certain audits and investigations that fall under independent offices and the remit of the governor, can be achieved in the set time frames. Madam Speaker, we were also proactive in proposing some measures that go beyond what was recommended by Commissioner Sagari Hickenbottom to further strengthen the good governance machinery in the interest of the Virgin Islands people. Let me reassure the people of the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker, that the Government of National Unity is firmly committed to our obligations as set out in the framework. In this regard, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to provide the following update to this Honorable House and to the people of the Virgin Islands on the implementation program for the COI recommendations and other reforms. Preparatory steps to support the implementation of the COI recommendations. Madam Speaker, the implementation of this framework requires coordination at the highest levels. That is why we have set up a steering group, which is led by the Permanent Secretary in the Premier's office, Mrs. Carolyn Stout-Igwe, and which includes the other permanent secretaries, Attorney General, Financial Secretary, and the Director of Strategy at the Governor's office to coordinate the work of the program. The House of Assembly has established a reform committee, which will be responsible for the legislative timetable for implementation of COI report recommendations. The timetable will involve consultation between the HOA, the Cabinet, the Premier, and the Governor. In order to support the implementation of the recommendations, an implementation unit has been established in the Premier's office. At present, existing staff have been identified for the unit, and I'm very pleased for the support that is being provided by the United Nations Development Program. Staff will work remotely initially while plans for the outfitting of the identified physical space are finalized. Curtailment of open-ended discretion. Recommendation A3 pertains to the commissioning by the Governor of an independent review of the discretionary powers of the Cabinet and Minister of Government to ensure that these are not excessive or abused, and that they are exercised in a transparent and accountable manner going forward. The COI recommendation was for this to be done by a senior BVI lawyer or retired Virgin Islands Eastern Caribbean judge. The deadline for the commencement of the process was the 1st of July 2022. I'm pleased to advise that a local lawyer has been identified to conduct this review. The Premier's office has already gathered relevant information to assist the reviewer with commencing this process. Audits and investigations, recommendation A4, calls for review of all areas of government by the Auditor General, together with other independent persons or bodies instructed by her to assist. Work is ongoing based on the Auditor General's timetable, which was submitted on the 26th of May 2022. Also pursuant to recommendation A4 are amendments of the Audit Act 2003 and to the Public Service Code and the Service Commission regulations as required by the House of Assembly and the Governor, consistent with recommendations B16 and B17, respectively, to make it a criminal offense for a person to fail to cooperate with the Office of the Auditor General or Internal Audit Department. Cabinet on the 6th of July 2022 considered and approved the relevant amendments so that they can be taken forward as appropriate. We are optimistic that the 31st July deadline will be met. In May 2022, The governor initiated a number of investigations, including criminal investigations based on recommendations from the COI report. His Excellency has already issued statements on these matters. Law enforcement and justice. Madam Speaker, in June, Cabinet approved a memorandum of understanding between authorities of intergovernmental agencies, HM Customs, Immigration, the BVI Airports Authority, and the BVI Ports Authority on security on seaports and airports. This is pursuant to recommendation B40 for addressing security concerns in the interim, while more comprehensive arrangements are considered. Recommendation B43 of the COI report proposes that consideration be given to the revision of the Jury Act to increase the size of the pool of jurors to ensure the jury system is effective. Internal stakeholder consultation has already taken place, and the Attorney General's Chambers is currently finalizing the draft. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Recommendation 45, draft cabinet papers have been prepared to facilitate the Complaints Commissioner reporting annually to the House of Assembly Standing Finance Committee to set out the extent to which there has been a response to her criticisms and recommendations, and to establish a reporting structure for the Commissioner to report to the Governor and Deputy Governor, as well as recommended response times to complaints. These two measures are due by the 31st of July 2022. Elected public officials' interests. Recommendations B2, B3, B4 pertain to reforms regarding elected public officials' interests. Recommendation B5 entails a review by a senior jurist of the practice of HOA members contracting with the government, including statutory boards. The deadline for starting this review is the 31st of July 2022. And the governor has identified a reviewer and has consulted with me. A letter of appointment is expected to be issued shortly. Madam Speaker, the Government of National Unity, of course, remains committed to further strengthening of the legislation for the Register of Interests. We introduced a bill entitled Register of Interest Act 2022, which had its first reading in the House of Assembly on the 30th of June 2022. We had a robust debate last week, and the bill was withdrawn due to the high level of feedback we received. Madam Speaker, can I take a 5-minute recess, please?
This House will recess for a short break. This House now resumes its sitting. Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I apologize. I used the laptop. Embarrassingly, my laptop died. Not a challenge you have when you're using paper. So, but Madam Speaker, I'm all charged up and ready to go, and I'll continue my statement on the implementation of the COI recommendations. Madam Speaker, the Government of National Unity, of course, remains committed to further strengthening of the legislation for the Register of Interest. We introduced a bill entitled Register of Interest Act, had its first reading in the House of Assembly on the 30th of June 2022. We had a robust debate last week and the bill was withdrawn due to the high level of feedback we received. I am pleased, Madam Speaker, that today we have a revised bill to introduce that addresses the areas to which we committed to in the framework. I must point out that although we had set a deadline of the 30th of June 2022 for getting this legislation passed, the Governor has publicly indicated that he is satisfied with our efforts and appreciates the need for public consultations. So missing this deadline is not a matter for serious concern. The COI report has recommended that we engage the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association for assistance in designing a new system of registration of interest based on international best practices that will be accompanied by an implementation plan inclusive of costing for the introduction and maintenance of the new system. The Clerk of the House has contacted the CPA, which has indicated that it has no mechanism in place tailored specifically to the request. Subsequently, contact was made with the House of Commons. Contact has been made with the Commissioner for Standards and Registrar and Control of the Register of Interest in Westminster, and they have indicated their willingness to assist. Further communication will be forthcoming. Statutory Boards. Madam Speaker, recommendation B19 is for an independent investigator to review statutory board appointments since 2019 to recommend whether any of these should be revoked. The Governor has appointed Mrs. Sheila Bratwitt to conduct this assessment. As at the end of June, the Premier's office had gathered the relevant information for the reviewer to proceed. Ministries have been reviewing board memberships pursuant to recommendation B29 and seeking to reconstitute where memberships have expired. Some advertisements have been issued and new application forms have been developed. Under recommendation B28, the government is committed to publish a protocol for the appointment and renewal of statutory board members. The deadline was the 1st of July 2022. A draft protocol has been developed and circulated to senior managers. Recommended changes are being incorporated, following which it will be circulated to statutory boards for feedback. For recommendations B24 and B28, the Government of National Unity has committed to commencing a review of the policies and practices as these relate to good governance, accountability, transparency, and value for money. By the 31st July 2022, a reviewer has been identified to lead this process, and he will be supported by officials from the Ministry of Finance, Premier's Office, and the Deputy Governor's Office. Constitutional review. Pursuant to recommendation A2, a new Constitutional Review Committee was to be established with appropriate terms of reference, which are to be agreed by the Governor and the Premier by the 31st of July 2022, so that the committee could get down to the substance of their work. The new Constitutional Review Commission was appointed. Cabinet has approved, in agreement with the Governor, the membership of the Commission to be increased from 11 to 16 members Letters of appointment were issued on the 12th of July 2022, and the Commission held its first meeting on the 18th of July 2022. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased with the Commission's swift response in submitting the draft terms of reference to the Governor and myself for approval. Just yesterday, Cabinet approved the terms of reference, which have been incorporated in a resolution, which will be debated in the House of Assembly today. Contracts. Recommendation B19 includes legislative amendments to prevent contract splitting, advance notification of the Director of the Internal Audit Department of proposed tender waivers being considered by Cabinet, and for the Director of the Internal Audit Department to investigate any audits that she considers fit. Our target is the 31st of July 2022, Madam Speaker. When Sir Gary Hickenbottom conducted the COI, he did not have the benefit of knowing about the new procurement and the draft regulations. These issues have already been addressed in the reference legislation, and the procurement regulations were just passed in Cabinet yesterday. Disposal of Crown land. Madam Speaker, recommendations B30 and B31 require the Governor, in consultation with the Premier, to appoint a suitable reviewer, such as a senior public officer, to conduct a wholesale review of processes for the disposal of Crown land, to ensure that such disposals are the subject of an open, transparent process, and to consider the issues set out in recommendation B30. The Governor has already identified a suitable reviewer and has consulted with me. A letter of appointment will be issued shortly, consistent with our target of commencing this review by the 31st of July 2022. Residence and belanger status. Recommendations B33 advocates a review of the existing policy and processes for granting residency and belanger status, including the discretion by Cabinet to grant such statuses and the length of residence required for belangership, among other things. We have set the target of having a suitable reviewer to be agreed by the Governor and the Premier in place by the 1st of September 2022. Cabinet committed that from the 1st of June 2022, the existing legislation on residency threshold, a minimum of 10 years, would be followed pending completion of the above-mentioned review. Madam Speaker, I can report that the Immigration Department has been adherent to this recommendation and has discontinued the use of the previous response given to applicants who did not meet the 20-year requirement. A project commenced on 29th of May 2022 to strengthen administrative systems within the status unit to be better positioned to process applications. Additionally, the Board has been reviewing the processing guidelines. In the coming months, Madam Speaker, we expect to engage in discussions on the difficult but necessary subject of immigration reform. Assistance grants. Madam Speaker, recommendations B7 and B10 propose a thorough review of the welfare and grant system towards a more transparent, accountable, and effectively structured system. This also includes the systems for the local district projects. The review would be conducted by a reviewer who is selected by the Governor in consultation with the Minister of Health and Social Development, who has informed us that they have selected someone. On the 22nd of June 2022, Cabinet approved the social assistance grants transition arrangements. The Ministry of Health is re-establishing a multi-agency coordination mechanism to ensure a smooth implementation of the transitional arrangements and wider social protection policy reforms. The Ministry of Health has also developed the terms of reference for the review, and I'm pleased to note the pledge of financial and technical support from UNICEF towards this project. The review will have a dual focus of refining benefits that provide income support to needy individuals and households, as well as improving the arrangements for issuing grants to individuals and organizations that carry out community programs and projects or otherwise support the delivery of the government's policy objectives. Further, under recommendation B11, Cabinet on the 29th of June 2022 approved the establishment of a panel to review the Scholarship Educational Grants Program. Members of the panel are Dr. Richard Georges, Dr. Sauda Underwood-Smith, Ms. Kamika Forbes, Mr. Maurice Turnbull, and Mrs. Kishel Blaze Cameron. The panel has been requested to submit their review to the Minister no later than the 30th of September 2022. One of the key objectives of this exercise, Madam Speaker, is to recommend clearly expressed and published criteria by which applicants are selected to ensure an open and transparent process and a proper record and assessment and monitoring of the program. Other reforms, electoral reform. Madam Speaker, the Government of National Unity identified areas for further strengthening our good governance systems that were not among the recommendations by Sir Gary Hickenbottom. On our own initiative and in the interest of the Virgin Islands people, we decided to include these in our program for reforms. One area is electoral reform, where we have recommended that amendments to existing legislation should be considered by this Honorable House as it relates to the recommendations of the Supervisor of Elections, General Elections Report 2019, and the recommendations made by the Observer Mission, including those on campaign finance reform. Cabinet, via memo number 53 of 2022, decided to amend the Elections Act, revised edition 2013, to include various provisions such as the registration of political parties and symbols and all matters connected therewith, and the establishment of A, rules on contributions and expenditure limits, B, reporting and disclosure obligations of electoral candidates and parties to provide information about the origins of received contributions, C, the nature of incurred expenditures, and D, the reporting, monitoring, and enforcement sanctions as it relates to campaign finance rules by an oversight body to be called the Elections Advisory Committee. We aim to complete the process by the 30th of September 2022 so that these measures will be applicable to next year's general elections. Madam Speaker, honorable members, it is clear from the foregoing that the Government of National Unity, the public officers in the respective ministries and all parties, including the governor and the governor's group, are working hard and are seriously committed to delivering the implementation plan for addressing the COI recommendations and the other reforms. It's also clear that we are keeping up with the timelines that were agreed with the UK. This is a voluminous amount of work, and based on what has been happening since we started work on this reform program, what we are seeing is evidence that our public officers do have a lot of previously untapped abilities and capabilities. They deserve our commendation, as does the whole team. And I say this because we are accustomed to hearing disparaging comments questioning the competence of public officers and our people. What we are achieving at present and what we will achieve as we work our way through this implementation program will stand as testimony to the capabilities of our public officers and our Virgin Islands people. I hope this will not only silence the naysayers, but it will inspire our people to have confidence in themselves and to continue to push forward to greater achievement. May God continue to bless our Virgin Islands and all our Virgin Islands people. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to update on the COI implementation of the recommendations. Madam Speaker, I have yet another statement and two more following this statement. This one is on financial services and our financial performance. Madam Speaker, I'd like to give this Honorable House a brief update on the direct contribution from the financial services sector in 2022 in monetary terms for the first quarter of 2022. The year 2022 opened with a very confident financial performance. For every month of quarter 1, 2022, new incorporation figures were similarly as healthy as last year, and importantly surpassed those of 2019 before the COVID-19 pandemic began to affect the territory. New incorporations up to March 2022 stood at 8,075, which was a 4.4% increase over the same period in 2021. Additionally, for each month of quarter 1, the total amount of revenue exceeded the same month last year. For the first quarter of 2022, Based on monthly fee collection statements received from the Financial Services Commission, there was a growth of 9.9% in fees collected by the FSC over the same period in 2021. However, for quarter two, the trend displayed a less robust performance, both when compared to last year and to pre-pandemic 2029. The analysis for this is presently ongoing, but preliminary indications are that this might be due to A, the long-term UK and European sanctions on Russian businesses and individuals, B, uncertainty of the impact of political and economic tensions between China and the US on international trade, C, business uncertainty due to global inflationary pressure and a corresponding increase in interest rates, and D, the unsettled financial markets following tighter monetary policies by central banks, and E, market saturation. Overall, the recovery from the pandemic years has been impressive. In 2021, the territory's international business, financial services, and regulatory sectors generated over $222 million in revenue for the territory. Based on the year-end fee collection statement from FSC, further, those sectors continue to play a very important role in the global economy by streamlining cross-border trade and investment. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to update on the performance of the financial services sector. This next update, Madam Speaker, is on financial services reviews and assessments. Madam Speaker, I wish to now give an update on preparations for the various assessments that the Virgin Islands is presently involved in. Whilst these assessments are at varying stages and are reviewing diverse areas in the tax and regulatory sphere, they all have one thing in common: a successful conclusion and outcome of each assessment is paramount to sustaining a viable financial services industry for the territory. By way of background, I should clarify that the Virgin Islands is a member of the Financial Action Task Force through its membership in the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. Further, the Virgin Islands is also a member of the OECD's Inclusive Framework for Base Erosion and Profit Shifting, referred to as BEPS, or the BEPS. The BEPS framework looks at tax planning strategies to try to curb abuse. The BEPS package includes 15 measures that seek to improve tax transparency, and 4 of these 15 measures are minimum standards that the Virgin Islands must have committed to. The Virgin Islands is also a member of the OECD's Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes. Against that backdrop, membership in all these groups has its perks and, of course, its responsibilities. Of note, regular assessments are carried out to ensure continued compliance. Madam Speaker, the territory is either presently subject to, commencing, or concluding some 9 assessments covering financial services regulation, tax information exchange, anti-money laundering, and ancillary matters. In the interest of time, I will briefly summarize these as follows. The Caribbean Financial Action Task Force peer review. This assessment is also an absolute priority for the territory. It will be carried out by the IMF on behalf of the CFATF. The CFATF's review is an assessment of the territory's level of effectiveness in combating financial crimes, terrorist and proliferation financing, and money laundering. The aim is to demonstrate a high level of effectiveness as this positively correlates to compliance with the Financial Action Task Force recommendations. Preparations for this assessment are presently underway, with a week of stakeholder training concluded last month, and several amendments to various pieces of financial services legislation being made. As the assessment draws closer, the competent authorities and other stakeholders are focused on strengthening cooperation with one another. On the current schedule, assessors are expected to visit the territory for the on-site portion of the assessment around May 2023. The Virgin Islands is currently rated largely compliant. The Global Forum's peer and exchange information request. In December, the Forum launched its peer review of the Virgin Islands, which entailed a recently concluded assessor's on-site visit on the 30th of May through the 3rd of June 2022. The review is presently ongoing and far-reaching as it impacts not only tax information exchange requests, but also anti-money laundering practices and procedures. If matters remain on track, the Virgin Islands report should be approved by the OECD's peer review group sometime in October and adopted by the Global Forum sometime in November. The Virgin Islands secured a conclusion of largely compliant in its previous assessment. 3 Global Forum's automatic exchange of information reviews. The OECD's Global Forum has set up a subgroup called the AEOI Working Group to carry out reviews of members concerning the automatic exchange of information standard. This review is divided into 3 parts: the legislative assessment, the confidentiality and data safeguards assessment, and assessment of implementation in practice. Reports on the tripartite review should be considered by the AEOI peer review group any day now, but will not be adopted by the OECD's Global Forum until later on this year in November. OECD's Economic Substance Review. With the launch of the Economic Substance Regime in 2019, the OECD's Forum for Harmful Tax Practices annually monitors the implementation of substantive activities. The 2022 review has just been launched earlier this month. In our previous reviews, it was determined that the Virgin Islands has a fully equipped monitoring mechanism, with last year's determination accompanied with 2 recommendations. One to improve the collection of data, and the other to continue to undertake compliance actions, particularly with respect to pure equity holding companies. OECD's Inclusive Framework Mutual Agreement Procedure Peer Review. One of the OECD's minimum standard for BEPS is for jurisdictions to improve the resolution of tax-related disputes between them. Inclusive framework jurisdictions, such as the Virgin Islands, are reviewed by their peers for compliance with this minimum standard. The most recent report for the Virgin Islands, published earlier this year, concluded that the Virgin Islands had met the standard in principle, and recommendations flowing from the assessment are being addressed. This review has no rating. The OECD's Inclusive Frameworks Country-by-Country Review. Another one of the OECD's minimum standard for its BEPS project is for jurisdictions to gather and report certain data from multinational enterprises in that jurisdiction. The data collection and sharing is meant to improve tax transparency. The last review was in 2021. The last review in 2021 made 2 recommendations for the Virgin Islands, which have now been addressed. We are awaiting the publication of the 2022 review. This review does not have a rating. The OECD's Inclusive Framework for Treaty Abuse Review. Yet another one of the OECD's minimum standards for its BEPS project is for jurisdictions to discourage treaty abuse, such as tax treaty shopping. The last report on the Virgin Islands last year made a single recommendation in respect of a treaty. This review has no rating. Given the breadth of and reach of these assessments, it would be remiss of me if I did not pause here to urge everyone involved to be cooperative as possible as we continue to address the assessments that are still ongoing. We must continue to safeguard the territory's reputation as a responsible and compliant international finance center. legislative agenda. Madam Speaker, it would not be lost on my colleagues in this honorable House that a legislative calendar is regularly engaged with financial services, tax and regulatory legislation, and now perhaps, Madam Speaker, my colleagues can better appreciate why. Today is no exception, as we will shortly urgently consider legislation meant to assist with some of these assessments. To keep pace and fully comply with international standards and obligations, legislative amendments to financial services and related legislation routinely require amendment. These legislative changes are imperative to enable the Virgin Islands as a well-regarded and efficient international finance center to continue to attract business. The outlook, Madam Speaker, allow me to say that our legislative efforts do reap rewards. I was delighted to read very recently that the Virgin Islands financial services sector was lauded as the most successful in the Caribbean by Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean consultant, Dr. June Suma. Dr. Suma made a comment during her presentation on the BVI's National Sustainable Development Plan to the financial services sector during BVI's Finance Breakfast Forum on the 30th of June. But let us not rest on our laurels. She explained the importance of input by the financial services industry as critical in the drafting of the National Sustainable Development Plan, a 15-year vision and roadmap for the territory. The Ministry of Finance economist Emery Pemberton emphasized his support that the plan and goals are not only the responsibility of the government, but also the responsibility of businesses and citizens. This is why I remain grateful to all industry stakeholders who serve in one way or another by contributing know-how and expertise whenever called upon. I fully appreciate that we must now take bigger steps towards tapping into those experienced both locally and abroad to assist more aggressively with horizon scanning and recharting our territory's future, not only in light of these assessments, Madam Speaker, but also new initiatives such as digital tax, global minimum tax, enablers legislation, and not least of all, the EU's initiative on its broadly defined shell company. The Government of National Unity remains firmly committed to continuing the collaboration and moving forward. Madam Speaker, I thank you for that opportunity to review, to update on financial services, reviews, and assessments. Madam Speaker, my final statement will be on the Russian sanctions. Madam Speaker, I crave your indulgence and ask that I be allowed at this time to update this Honorable House on matters pertaining to the financial services sector, specifically with regard to Russian sanctions. Madam Speaker, the world had hardly shaken off its New Year celebrations when we began to see developments that would quickly transform into a full-blown invasion of the Ukraine by Russia on the 24th of February 2022. The world reacted with a suite of the most comprehensive set of sanctions imposed against a world power since World War II. These included sanctions for blocking, immobilizing, freezing, detaining, and seizing assets, as well as restricting access to the global financial system. The result of this heightened regulatory environment was as impactful on this territory as it was in many other countries. The Virgin Islands is committed to complying with international sanctions and continues to take all requisite steps to ensure that it enforces all sanctions that are extended to it by way of the relevant overseas territories orders in council. A very useful and efficient resource in the territory's arsenal is the Beneficial Ownership Secure Cert System, or BOSS, which, when coupled with the exchange of notes between the government of the United Kingdom and the Virgin Islands, means that the territory is able to share beneficial ownership information with law enforcement and regulators using appropriate channels in under 24 hours and within as little as 1 hour. Indeed, it was the employment of the BOSS system which facilitated efficient information transfer about Russian-affiliated holdings and led to the freezing of relevant assets in the Virgin Islands. The Governor's Office, as the competent authority for sanctions in the territory, has received confirmation that assets with an estimated value of more than 400 million. Is that 400 million? 400 million have been frozen as of 11 May 2022, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Separately, I'm advised further that it is perceivable that information provided by BVI to other jurisdictions has contributed to the freezing of millions of dollars worth of assets elsewhere. Although the figure of assets seized in some of our competitor jurisdictions is much higher, we ought to be careful not to lose sight of the fact that these jurisdictions are anchored more strongly on a base comprising hedge, private equity, and other investment funds. The consequence of this is that the imposition of a sanction on a single entity can sometimes be measured in billions of dollars. Overall sums of dollars are not a proxy for commitment or effectiveness, and we should be confident that we have done and have the resources to continue to do our part. So far for 2022, the Financial Investigation Agency has recorded almost 500 requests for information, inclusive of requests under the exchange of notes. Whilst not all of these were specifically related to Russian sanctions, there was a noticeable increase in the number of beneficial ownership-related requests submitted between February and April this year, 2022, undoubtedly linked to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. One further development coming out of the sanctions regime, Madam Speaker, is the development of BVI case law by the Territory's Commercial Court. Both VP Bank, Vitaruta, and AO Alpha Bank versus Kipford Ventures Limited had to examine, both VTB Bank versus Taruta and AO Alpha Bank versus Kipford Ventures Limited had to examine the duty of a legal practitioner to continue to act for a sanctioned entity or person. The strong dicta in these judgments is likely to be followed by other courts both regionally and internationally, and that is testament both to the continued commitment to the rule of law, which is central to our financial services offerings, and the consequential and wise decisions that this territory made years ago to invest in a properly resourced commercial court. Madam Speaker, I would like to close by acknowledging profound gratitude to all the hardworking and dedicated persons in the financial services sector, both public and private, without whom we would not be able to sing the successes of our financial services sector as we know it today. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to update this House and the people of the Virgin Islands on the Russian sanctions and all other matters that I previously reported on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I now call upon the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, and Sports and Territorial Member, Honorable Sherry DeCastro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to update this Honorable House and the Territory on the 2022 primary, exit, and secondary school leaving results and graduation ceremonies. Our teachers and students have continued to demonstrate great resilience as they dealt with the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. During this academic year, as was true for the previous 2 years, teaching and learning occurred in a combination of online and face-to-face modalities as necessary. For the Elmore Stout High School, their return to face-to-face classes was on a shift schedule of 8 to 12:30 p.m. and 1 to 4:30 p.m. There were 330 students from 13 public primary schools and 6 private primary schools in grade 6 this school year. A total of 310 students were promoted to grade 7 and 20 students were transitioned to grade 7, where they will be allowed to do remedial work to close learning gaps. Exit and graduation ceremonies were held from 22nd June to 3rd July 2022. Madam Speaker, this year a total of 224 students were enrolled in grade 12 at public secondary schools, A total of 168 students, or 75%, were successful, and 56, or 25%, were unsuccessful in meeting graduation requirements. A total of 104 students achieved honor roll status, with 97 being honors and 7 high honors. Madam Speaker, I offer sincere congratulations to all our students and commend principals and teachers who have contributed to their success this academic year. While recognizing the accomplishments, we are also cognizant of the challenges and are committed to addressing them. This is why the ministry ensured that students at the second summer school, on July 5th, summer school convened with a total of 189 registered students from grades 10 to 12 from across the territory's public secondary schools. Students who are unsuccessful in one subject and or the exit proficiency examination were allowed to attend summer school. Over the past couple weeks, 16 teachers have been providing intense intervention in select subject areas for these students. Madam Speaker, during the orientation session for the summer school program, strict guidelines for the month-long summer school session were shared with students and parents. Both the parents and students were required to sign a contract stipulating attendance and behavior requirements in order for students to attend. Madam Speaker, of the 189 students registered, 22 attend the Brigada Flax Educational Center in Virgin Gorda, 15 attend the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies, and 152 attend the Elmore Stout High School. Madam Speaker, of the total number of students attending summer school sessions this year, about 70 students are attending for the exit proficiency examination preparation classes. 42 of the students mentioned above did not meet graduation requirements in June 2022. This summer school initiative gives these students another opportunity to attain their high school diploma and thereafter move on to the world of work or tertiary institutions. They will retake the exit proficiency examination on 29 July 2022. As we approach the next school year, an overall review of curriculum and assessment policies, which will include the promotion and retention policy, will commence to check effectiveness and quality assurance since implementation. Madam Speaker, for the past 2.5 months since assuming the position of Minister for Education, the ministry has been working tirelessly to bring about reform to ensure that a firm foundation based on policy and legislation is in place. Without policy and legislation to guide the direction of what happens in our territory, we then become leaves flying in the wind, subject to the whims and fancies of whatever is placed before us. Therefore, Madam Speaker, over the next few months, the ministry will be concentrating on policy development. Policies in place will be reviewed and revised where necessary and developed where needed. Madam Speaker, at this time, I must take this opportunity to recognize and appreciate the efforts of ministry staff, principals, teachers, counselors, and parents for their diligence in preparing our students for their matriculation to the next phase. Madam Speaker, as I conclude this statement, I would like to recognize those educators who are retiring from the service at the end of this academic year. They are Mrs. Jacqueline Nibs Kwashi, 30 years of service, Mrs. Shonda Chalwell Walters, 25 years of service, Miss Jacinthe Stout, 34 years of service, Mrs. Koval Cruikshank, 39 years of service, Mrs. Maria Smith Calwood, 26 years of service, Miss Monique Penn, 25 years of service, Mrs. Ruthlyn Gregg, 28 years of service, Miss Marsha Fleming, 25 years of service, Dr. Thomas Alexander, 38 years of service, Mr. Alan Hodge, 34 years of service, Miss Iria Smith, 28 years of service. Madam Speaker, I publicly thank these educators for their sterling contribution to the education system in the Virgin Islands and express best wishes for a happy retirement. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move on to my next statement. an update on the H. Laverty Stout Community College, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am delighted to inform you that the H. Laverty Stout Community College has had its accreditation reaffirmed by the Middle States Commission on Higher Education. This achievement was the culmination of much hard work by the administration, staff, and faculty. The college was first accredited by MISHI in June 2015, and as a newly accredited institution, was required to seek reaffirmation of its accreditation within 5 years. The self-study report entitled "We Will Rise" represented the college's plans to recover from the impacts of the 2017 hurricanes and financial challenges, and provided evidence for the assessment of HLSCC's compliance with MISHI's requirements of affiliation and standards of accreditation. Madam Speaker, the self-study report addressed areas such as mission and goals, ethics and integrity, design and delivery of the student learning experience, support of students' experience, educational effectiveness, assessment, planning, resources, and institutional improvement, and governance, leadership, and administration. The report was submitted in spring 2020, and due to COVID-19 restrictions, a virtual site visit was conducted in December 2020. The college received commendations in 6 of 7 standards and was required to submit a supplemental information report pertaining to Standard 6, planning, resources, and institutional improvement. Madam Speaker, following the submission of that supplemental report in September 2021, another virtual site visit was conducted in April 2022, where the college was found in compliance with Standard 6 and reaffirmation was recommended to the Commission. Madam Speaker, the decision was made by the Middle States Commission on June 23, 2022, to reaffirm the college's accreditation until 2028. The reaffirmation indicates that HLSCC has met the requirements of affiliation and standards of accreditation of MISHI. This enables all students to continue to transfer easily to institutions in the United States and elsewhere. Further, the college's accreditation status supports its effort in building partnerships with other international institutions and organizations. Madam Speaker, following reaffirmation, the college was able to announce its membership in the Fulbright Awards program administered by the UK Fulbright Commission. The college will now offer for the first time the Fulbright BVI Scholar Award at HLSCC in the fall of 2023. The award at HLSCC is for a professor based at an institution in the United States to spend 6 months at the Paraquita Bay campus. During this time, they will teach courses to HLSCC students and may conduct workshops, public lectures, seminars, and other activities related to their field of expertise. Applicants will be reviewed by the college in conjunction with the Fulbright Commission before a selection is made. Madam Speaker, the Fulbright Scholar Program operates in about 160 countries and awards more than 1,700 fellowships each year, enabling 800 US scholars to go abroad and 900 visiting scholars to the United States. The college looks forward to this exchange benefiting its faculty, students, and the general Virgin Islands community. The college also recently completed a rebranding exercise and is currently building a local and regional marketing campaign focusing in particular on offerings in marine, maritime, culinary, and hospitality programs. All of these recent successes align with the launch of the college's 2022 to 2027 strategic vision, charting, or course. That plan delineates the college's objectives for this 5-year period under the following strategic goals. 1, teaching and learning. 2, student access and success. 3, community and partnerships. 4, institutional effectiveness and organizational development. And 5, resources and facilities. Madam Speaker, I congratulate the administration, staff, faculty, and students of HLSCC on these major accomplishments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move on to my third statement, Madam Speaker, on school maintenance and development. Madam Speaker, I wish to give a brief update on the maintenance of schools across the territory. Madam Speaker, one of the things I have always prided myself on as a citizen of this territory is quality education. Quality not only with a vibrant curriculum, but quality in the context of having a conducive environment that promotes effective teaching and learning. As minister, the well-being of students, faculty, and educators is a top priority for me. The readiness of schools is a top priority for me. How schools are constructed, retrofitted, designed, and maintained is a top priority for me. As minister, I want to understand where we are, mitigate challenges, and appropriately handle the impact of any hazard, if there are any. Madam Speaker, this is why, upon taking office just about 2.5 months ago, I requested that the ministry's projects manager and the maintenance manager visit all schools to do an assessment and provide a report taking into account the safety needs of all schools and the integrity of the buildings. This report is required to allow us to plan the necessary work to be done over the summer break, and also to ensure that a work plan is in place for consistent and continuous work throughout the school year. Madam Speaker, let me say that school maintenance is critically important and must be ongoing. Most of our school structures are 40 years or older, and we recognize opportunities for restructuring and upgrades. The assessments have revealed important information that is vital to decision making. For example, Madam Speaker, on Thursday, 16 June, the ministry received a report documenting an inspection of the Altez Catliff Primary School. The report recommended that the use of the school building be suspended immediately. A primary concern in the report was the structural integrity of the building. Based on the information, the ministry agreed that the best option was to err on the side of caution by prioritizing the safety of our students, faculty, and staff. As such, a decision was made to close the building effective Friday, 17 June 2022 at 4:30 p.m. until further notice to ensure the safety of all. The ministry notified the principal, faculty, and staff of the Altez Catliff Primary School of this decision. Additionally, correspondence from the ministry was also shared with the principal to issue to parents urgently. The ministry advised the principal to remove all personal items from the building, and arrangements have been made to secure furnishings and student documents. Madam Speaker, we had to move swiftly to close the school to ensure the safety of all users of the building. Currently, we are exploring options for temporarily housing students, and we will make an announcement shortly. We must do everything possible to ensure the safety of faculty and students, and this sentiment goes for all schools throughout the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I must say that the maintenance team has already begun to do remedial works across schools in the territory in anticipation of the reopening of schools for the 2022-2023 school year. I wish to thank the entire team at the ministry for their hard work thus far, and I will update this Honorable House as we progress further. In this vein, Madam Speaker, I can also report that the RDA has been working diligently to get other school projects off the ground or completed. The RDA is currently constructing the buildings to house the senior division of the Elmore Stout High School, a project that has progressed at a rapid pace since it began on 4th April of this year. This facility, which is composed of 2 classroom blocks, a specialized technical block, and an administrative block, has been designed to exacting specifications given to the RDA by the Ministry of Education. As of today, this building is approximately 70% complete. Works outstanding are mostly finishes, including some rendering, finishing of floors, installation of windows and doors, bathroom facilities, and external works, including a parking lot and road infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I would like to convey my profound appreciation to the Board of Directors of the RDA and the professionals within the RDA and the ministry for their commitment and tireless effort in executing this project to what is clearly a very high standard. This project, Madam Speaker, by the feats achieved thus far in its execution, is a testament to the will and drive of the Virgin Islands people to work with each other to accomplish great things, and in this case, for our most treasured resource, our young people. In addition, Madam Speaker, the RDA is now in the procurement stage for the Eslin Henley Richet Learning Center, a facility that will be purpose-built to provide a safe and conducive learning environment for the differently able persons in our community. I expect to make a public statement on the particulars associated with this project in the near future. Madam Speaker, I would like to also inform you that the Just Van Dyke Primary School is in the final stages of the procurement process, and that we expect that within the next 18 months, that the children of Just Van Dyke will have a purpose-built facility to cater to their educational needs. Madam Speaker, as a territory, as we seek to ensure that we develop our human resources, our children, to become the future leaders, we have no choice but to ensure that our schools are ready, safe, and equipped for quality learning to take place. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my final statement, Madam Speaker, is on the Virgin Islands Emancipation Festival 2022. Madam Speaker, emancipation is important to our heritage and identity. It is important for us to celebrate our emancipation, especially now, considering all that is happening in our socio-political climate. Madam Speaker, emancipation is a reminder that we are given a chance to change and shape our future to what we want it to be. Emancipation is also a reminder of the extraordinary strength and courage of our foreparents and the legacy of charting our cultural, social, economic, and political identity and advancement. Madam Speaker, this is the first time since 2019, due to COVID-19, that we will physically come together to celebrate this historical milestone as we reflect on the goals, aspirations, and vision of our foreparents to be a free people. This understanding is the catalyst that framed our imagination and created a festival that highlights the history of our people and showcases our rich culture. This year's theme is Celebrating Freedom for Me and You, BVI Festival 2022. The Virgin Islands Festival and Fairs Committee, led by Chairman Mr. Dirk Walters, and the rest of the team are doing their part to ensure the success of the festivities. I encourage the entire community to join in the celebration and support all the events planned in line with the theme of celebrating our freedom as a people. Madam Speaker, let me reiterate something here about emancipation. To our foreparents, emancipation meant that they were free to make their own decisions regarding their destiny and that of their children. Despite being free, they understood the value of working hard to ensure and secure their livelihood and future. This was not without hindrance and grave challenges, but they persevered. This is our legacy. We are descendants of a people who overcame all odds. Resilience is in our DNA. Therefore, Madam Speaker, let us never forget the sacrifices and the efforts of those who have gone before us. As we celebrate our emancipation, let us recommit ourselves to the vision of our foreparents. As we pursue this mission, I wish the entire territory a happy and safe emancipation celebration. May God continue to bless you all and these beautiful Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister for Education. I now call upon the clerk.
Item number 5, presentation of papers.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to lay his document on the table.
Thank you, sir. I rise to lay on the table the following document. Statutory Instrument 2022, number 64. Proclamation by the Governor under Section 83(1) of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, appointing a time and place at which the 6th sitting of the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands shall be held. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Item number 6, notices of motions given orally.
I call upon the Premier Minister of Finance to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item number 8, subsection 1, Roman numeral 1 through Roman numeral 4 and Roman numeral 8 under order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies, Madam Speaker. Let me do that again. I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under Roman numeral 8, subsection 1, Roman numeral 1 to Roman numeral 4.
9.
Sorry, 9. I'm getting in trouble with my Roman numerals. Item number 8, subsection 1, Roman numeral 1 through Roman numeral 9 and Roman numeral 13 under order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the Deputy Premier Minister for Communications and Works to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 8, 1, 10 on the order of the day.
Thank you. I call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 8, subsection 1, Roman numeral 11 to Roman numeral 12 on the order of the day.
Thank you. I call upon the Territorial Member, Honorable Carvin Malone, to give notice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to ask the question standing in my name under item 7.1 on the order of the day.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Number 7, questions and answers to questions.
I call upon the Territorial Member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to just issue a few questions to the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, in answer to a question posed by the member of the 3rd District during the 3rd sitting of the 4th session of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance disclosed that the cost of operations for the Commission of Inquiry to date was $8,057,483. Summary details of the amounts comprising the total cost of operations were also provided. In the interest of transparency and accountability, would the Honorable Premier please, A, disclose the parties to the various engagements, the amounts paid, and the full terms of reference of each engagement. B, disclose whether or not terms and obligations of each engagement were met. And C, provide this Honorable House with a copy of the reports of the findings of each engagement as applicable.
Madam Speaker, I thank the territorial at-large member and member of the opposition for his question. Madam Speaker, the cost of operations were mainly for legal representation by 4 firms: Withers LLP, Silk Legal BVI Incorporated, Carrie Olson BVI Limited Partnership, and Hunt and Co. Law Chambers. The engagement of legal representation for the ministries and departments of government was initially for a period of 6 months from January 2021 to June 2021, which corresponded to the terms of the Commission of Inquiry. Due to repeated extensions of the COI, the legal representation engagement was necessarily extended several times. Withers LLP, the total amount budgeted in the engagement to Withers was $8.2 million, including for legal and counsel representation and advice to the elected government institutions, as well as document management systems throughout the extended term of the COI. The scope of the engagement was to advise the government of the Virgin Islands on legal and strategic matters relating to the Commission of Inquiry appointed by Governor Augustus Jasport on the 19th of January 2021, under the direction of the Attorney General. The work included advising and assisting the ministries and other agencies in connection with their obligations of disclosure in response to requests from the COI, advising and assisting with document management, reviewing the many thousands of documents to be disclosed, advising and assisting with the preparation and drafting of position papers and legal submissions requested by the COI, assisting and advising public officers in the preparation of affidavits for the COI and of responses to warning letters, corresponding and liaising with the COI and representation of public officers at COI hearings. The total cost was in fact $6,939,320.43. On an agreed counted basis, which is $1,260,679.57 under the anticipated and budgeted amount. A payment of $50,402.84 is currently being processed. Silk Legal BVI Incorporated. The total amount in the engagements to Silk Legal was not to exceed $100,000 US. Total costs are $136,420.50. So there is an outstanding, there must be a mistake here. So there is an outstanding balance of $36,424. Let me repeat that again. The total amounts in the engagements to Silk Legal was not to exceed $100,000. Total costs billed are $136,424.50. So there's an outstanding balance of $36,424. The scope of the engagement was to: 1, provide the client with independent written opinions on correspondence sent to the COI on concerning all members of the House of Assembly, save and except the Honorable Attorney General. 2, advise all members of the House of Assembly, save and General and any correspondence or requests originating from the COI's office in their official capacity as a House of Assembly member. 3, advise on any other legal matters that the member the Honorable Attorney General may request to the client directly relating to the COI in their official capacity. My apologies, Madam Speaker. Having some challenges with the microphone. 3, advise on any other legal matters that the members of the House of Assembly, save and except the Honorable Attorney General, may request to the client directly relating to the COI in their official capacity. And 4, if any aspect of the COI work reaches a court of law as it relates to the aforesaid members in their official capacity, Silk Legal BVI Incorporated will assist Attorney General with legal representation in forms that the Honorable Attorney General approves and considers necessary. Carrie Olson BVI, the total amount was not to exceed the amount of $60,000. The cost for services rendered was $44,220. The payment is still pending, awaiting the finalization of the contract. The scope of the engagement was to provide advice and representation to His Excellency the Governor, including making a formal application for the Queen's Counsel to give the said legal representation at the Commission of Inquiry in relation to His Excellency's examination at the Commission of Inquiry. Hunt and Co. La Chambers, the total amount in the engagements with Hunt and Company La Chambers was not to exceed $100,000. Total cost billed and paid are $87,725. The scope of the engagement was to perform the following. 1, take instructions by way of attorney-client conferences as the law firm is informed and in a manner communicated to it directly by the clerk and indirectly by the Speaker, House of Assembly, in relation to the following ongoing court proceedings: BVI 8 CV 2021-0165 and BVI 8 CV 2021-0166. Save that no instruction shall be taken from or representation made on behalf of the Honorable Attorney General. 2, review the documents of the House of Assembly in the said ongoing court proceedings. 3, issue correspondence on behalf of the Speaker and members of the House of Assembly in relation to the said ongoing proceedings as the law firm is informed and in manner communicated to it directly by the clerk and indirectly by the Speaker, House of Assembly, save that no correspondence shall be issued on behalf of the Honorable Attorney General. And 4, attend court and take conduct of the said ongoing court proceedings as necessary on behalf of the House of Assembly, save that no court attendance or representation shall be made on behalf of the Honorable Attorney General. Madam Speaker, the House of Assembly, in an informal meeting held on the 5th of October 2021, decided that Mr. Lewis Hunt, QC, would be hired to provide support to Silk Legal to address costs and to assist in the case with the injunction, which was scheduled for the 26th of October 2021. Madam Speaker, in answer to 1B, with the exception of the outstanding balances that have been noted, the other terms and obligations of the engagements have been met. And in response to 1C, Madam Speaker, there was no report of findings of engagements, nor was there expected to be. It was intended that a detailed written response to the COI report would be prepared by the elected government with the assistance of legal representation, setting out its analysis of the evidence and indicating how it proposed to implement the COI's recommendations. Following events after the issuance of the COI report, and in the context of negotiations between the elected BVI government and the UK government, the BVI government agreed to implement the recommendations of the COI report. Considering that this response to the COI report could potentially cost a further $1 million or more, and that there are many pressing financial needs in the Virgin Islands, the prudence of moving forward with this written response was in question. However, with us stands ready to complete the response if this is deemed necessary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Premier for his detailed report, especially in A. Is it two follow-up to each of the subsections or two follow-up to the main question? Well, I'm new over here, so I just wanted to make sure the rules of engagement is all detailed. What is it? I see, okay, fine. In a follow-up to 1B, would the Premier state whether or not there was value for money in each of these engagements as it relates to the BVI and the entire territory? Sorry, residents. And I'll do one more after this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think each member would have to determine for themselves whether value for money was given based on the assignment that I described. But certainly I can speak to the quality of the legal representation and the amount of work done. It was a tremendous amount of work done, and the quality of the work was unquestionable. And certainly I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to congratulate the Honorable Attorney General, who led that effort with the assistance of the legal representation provided. And she did an outstanding job, and certainly did an outstanding job on behalf of all the other lawyers who, legal representation who she worked with. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question 2 will bring out another form of the report that I want to get to, but as it relates to the final follow-up on this question 1, my question is does the Premier deem it important to make sure that the Constitution itself is followed, the laws of the BVI is followed as to engagements, whether by the Commission of Inquiry or by the government, that all legal persons working in the BVI are properly registered, properly called to the bar, and properly engaged in the BVI without breaking any of the laws of the BVI?
I'm sorry, let me intervene. I'm just trying to understand the relevance of that question to the main question in relation to what you asked the Honorable Premier.
There were some engagements that were made under A. Each of them were disclosed, and there were some further engagements, I believe, that were made. I'm not sure if they all, so when I get the written text, I'll be able to see if any of the engagements that were empowered by the House of Assembly was in fact listed there.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to answer. I formally declare without any reservation that I believe that all the laws of the Virgin Islands should be followed, and no one should go afoul of the law in any respect. And that certainly applies as well to persons who are working in a legal profession. So I can declare that without any hesitation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With your approval, I go to question 2.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please state whether or not the production of a parallel report, or in his terminology now, a written response to that issue, to the report issued by the Commission of Inquiry, was stated in the terms of reference and of any of the above parties, especially that of visitors, engaged by the government? If yes, please indicate whether or not the parallel report or the written response was delivered to whom and by whom. I heard part of the response before, but I have some follow-ups on that.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honorable member for his question. Madam Speaker, the production of a parallel report was not stated in the terms of reference for legal representation. It was intended that a full and detailed response to the COI's report would be prepared. However, after publication of the report and the subsequent negotiations with the UK government and our agreement to implement the reforms, we decided to hold on this written response. But with us stands ready to move forward once instructed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't know whether to ask this one with my glasses on or off. Madam Speaker, we paid $8 million for what was well determined to be a detailed response to the Commission of Inquiry. It is akin, and the question is coming, is akin to going to court and you say, well, there was such a well-defined case submitted that you have no defense and you just give this up. So I'm asking the Premier at this time, will the territory not benefit from a detailed response to this Commission of Inquiry, in that, as stated in the debate of the 19th of July, with so many ambiguities, is the word, and innuendos and others, would the territory not benefit from this, so that history itself can recall all of what could put it into factual basis, some of these recommendations or findings?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his follow-up. I just wanted to reiterate what I said in my earlier statement, Madam Speaker. The terms of the engagement did not include this parallel report that the member referred to, but it was intended that a written response would come forward. And just in correction, Madam Speaker, to the amount of money which was spent, and I appreciate that this was a departure from an earlier response to the Leader of Opposition at an earlier sitting. But in my response, I said, and this is on behalf of Withers, a total of $6,939,320.43. was expended for with us. And of course, I can give the amounts to the other parties, which were not to exceed $100,000 and only exceeded $100,000 in one instance as it pertained to Silk Legal. But Carrie Olson was $44,000, and Hunt and Chambers was $87,725. So that is below the $8 million. But 8.2 was budgeted. Now, what we have to consider, Madam Speaker, as to whether we should move forward with the written response is whether we are willing to expend the further over $1 million to receive this response, especially considering that we have already agreed to implement the recommendations of the report, or whether we put that money towards our schools or put that money towards social assistance for our people. Madam Speaker, if you just allow me to finish. If the member would just allow me to finish.
Honorable Premier, just give me a moment, please. Okay. Honorable Malone, you wish to rise on a point of order?
Yes, please. I'm asking about the funds for the written response to a very important document, which 300 years from now will be read back, and the response to which we do not have at this time. It bears no relevance in terms of whether we feel that money will be best spent in school, because we already spent 6.9, and you add another 50, and you have $7-point-something million. $7-point-somewhat million spent to get a properly written response on behalf of this territory. I don't think that anyone will argue that you would have rather spent another million to repair the very same school that we have shut down. But we're engaging at this time in terms of constitutional advancement, and we have a real written report here that the citizens of this country, the residents of this country, those who are interested in this country, have their concerns about some aspects of it. And if we want to debate whether or not monies were misspent that could have gone to schools and so forth, we could have that. But we can't stop here with this $1 million. So I would rather not go there, because if you open that up, then I'll have to ask some other questions separate and aside on this issue as to whether or not money spent throughout the territory would have been better spent elsewhere, including what's coming up in the next few weeks. So let's stick to the issue if we could.
Thank you. Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I'll continue with the response that was given before. The consideration for whether we spend this at least $1 million more to produce this response has to do with considering whether it is prudent use of resources to expend it in such a way, given the fact that we've already agreed to implement the recommendations of the report in our framework document, and whether that would be the best source of this money at this particular time, considering all the other pressing needs that we have in the territory, which includes our schools, our incinerator plant, the national health insurance, the sewage projects, the state of our roads, providing social assistance to our people. But as I have said before, Madam Speaker, Withers stands ready if we collectively agree that we would want to spend this additional $1 million on this written response to the report, and that's the way we'd like to spend that particular money. Withers is standing ready and waiting to be instructed to provide the response. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm aware of the honorable member's position, but certainly perhaps we can have some more discussions as to whether we all believe, and even the public believes, that this is the best use of the resources, and then we can go ahead and we can engage with us. That is not a challenge, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, could we get then? I feel it will be money well spent. That's me. There are too many questions open on this particular report. There are no responses to some of these issues, and the question then comes as to who made the determination that the written response to this report would not be in the best interest of the country, and what were the determining factors that resulted in a decision to call off the written response to this? Because I hear, and I don't want to pretend as if I did not hear the Premier. He says that it was agreed 48 hours after the release of the report on the 29th of April, within a 48-hour period, it was agreed that this written response would not be, well, 24 hours, this written response would not be required, and there was a bushfire or forest fire thereafter that does not require this response anymore. I would love to know, in spite of the, well, in light of the, what we heard from His Excellency, that the events of the 28th of April had nothing to do with the particular Commission of Inquiry report. In light of the statements issued from the UK that the activities of 28 April gave full justification why the Commission of Inquiry was requested, we have to reconcile these things. So the response to the report, in my view, and I would hope it will meet favor with each and every member of the House, to get this done. And I think that the country itself would require, would need, will demand
Thank you,
that we have
Honorable
responses. Thank you.
Malone. Do you still require, because you initially started with 2 questions and then you made some statements. Do you still intend to ask those questions as your second supplementary question?
No, I asked the one. The details, the facts that led. Who made the determination, and on what basis that the responses to the Commission of Inquiry were no longer required? Member for the 5th seemed to have the answers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't say that a decision has been made that it's not required or it will not be done. But I have not given instructions for them to continue. As a Minister of Finance, I have not given instructions for Withers to continue. It requires further discussion considering the fact that this report that we're writing this response to, we have already agreed to implement the recommendations of this report. And I had to determine whether at that particular time it would have been the best use of perhaps the over $1 million to be able to produce the written response. Now, in deliberation and consultation with the members of the House, with the members of the Cabinet, and even the members of the public, that determination can still be made. So I just want to make that clear. And Madam Speaker, in terms of the details that led to the decision not to instruct them, because they would have required instructions, it would have been the publication of the report on the 29th of April, the subsequent visit by Minister Milling on the 2nd of May, the formation of the Government of National Unity, and our proposal to implement the recommendations of the COI report. All of those details would have led to the decision not to give instructions, but those instructions can still be given if we collectively agree to give those instructions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. At this time, we will take a recess for lunch and return at 3:10 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. I call upon the Premier.
Madam Speaker, I just want to provide apologies to the honorable member of the opposition, Honorable Kevin Malone, and the House. In response to question 1, my answers focus mainly on legal services, bills for legal services. What the member had asked about beyond legal services for expenses for the COI. So for completeness and accuracy, I would like to supplement my answer with the following. There were 2 other areas that contributed to the cost of operations for the Commission of Inquiry, the details of which are as follows. Caribbean Security Limited, a payment of $2 million, sorry, $2,128, $2,128.92. Let me say that again. A payment of $2,128.92 for providing security to the IRU room where documents pertaining to the COI were stored. And 2, the Maitland Consultancy was contracted to provide public relations services. The contract was in the amount of $945,000, and the amount expended was $928,071.79. I'll say that again. Was $928,071.79. And the scope I have in Appendix A of this supplementary answer. And I can read that scope if necessary. In fact, I'll go ahead and read it. The government hereby engages a consultant, and the consultant hereby agrees to perform the following functions: act as the primary contact for international media queries, requests, and engagement, provide strategic advice on the narrative and messaging in responding to queries and requests from the international media, provide advice on responding to international news stories and international developments of interest and concern to the Virgin Islands, prepare written responses in response to international media queries, requests, news stories, and international developments of interest and concern to the Virgin Islands, develop international media campaigns to improve the international image of the Virgin Islands, monitor international news for stories of interest and concern to the Virgin Islands, provide written and verbal analysis of the latest international news and developments of interest and concern to the Virgin Islands, conduct media training with spokespeople as designated by the government, provide a detailed stakeholder mapping and scenario planning strategy focused on journalists and parliamentarians with interest in the Virgin Islands, provide public affairs support in the United Kingdom Parliament, monitor bills introduced in the UK Parliament relevant to the UK overseas territories, provide in-depth analysis of bills introduced in the UK Parliament to the relevant UK overseas territories, recommend and facilitate engagement meetings with peers and members of UK Parliament, prepare profiles of UK parliamentarians in preparation for meetings at Westminster, prepare information briefs for engagement with UK parliamentarians and Whitehall, prepare statements to respond to political developments in the UK Parliament, and develop a roadmap for repairing, managing, and upholding an international reputation of the Virgin Islands in conjunction with the government for the period 2022 to 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Malone.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Premier very much for completing the answer posed here, and it put a spotlight on the fact that with all of what was done here, to not have a response to the report would render this incomplete. So I would love to know whether or not we would be able to get that conversation, whether it's in cabinet or otherwise, for the production of the particular answers, or do we need to bring a resolution for debate on it? What is the preference here? Because while it might not favor others to have the responses, I think it favors the Virgin Islands to have it for completeness in this intense investigation. Because when I add it all up, it is coming to expenditures of $8,186,068.44. So I think it's critical that we complete this at minimum with a response to see whether or not, for history, and as it was said, the recommendations were made, the recommendations were agreed, but history is not completed as far as I am concerned. Thank you.
Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, of course, we can have the conversation. That's not a challenge at all. We can have the conversation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I call upon the territorial member, Honorable Malone.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for question number 3. Madam Speaker, in the interest of transparency and accountability, would the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please inform this Honorable House of the number of additional staff that is estimated to complete the fulfillment of the already agreed recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry by department, and further, please state the estimated cost of the staff recruited or to be recruited by department, the estimated time to complete the assignments by department, and the governing body of the recruits. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the territorial at large opposition member for his question. Madam Speaker, the ministries and departments are still in the process of assessing their needs to complete the fulfillment of the already agreed recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry. Therefore, I'm unable to provide an estimated cost of staff to be recruited. In some instances, Madam Speaker, some departments have requested funding for vacant positions to be filled, while others have assigned existing staff to fulfill some of the duties. In SAP number 1 of 2022, Madam Speaker, the sum of $135,000 was provided for the Office of the Auditor General, while the sum of $484,000 was approved for the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force to fund vacant positions and recruit officers to assist the departments with fulfilling their obligation to implement the COI recommendations. In answer to 3B, Madam Speaker, the estimated time to complete the assignments are outlined in the framework for the implementation of the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry report and other reforms. Ministries and departments are expected to complete the assignments over the next 2 years. In answer to 3C, Madam Speaker, the governing bodies for the recruits identified will be the Public Service Commission and the Police Service Commission. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Premier. No follow-up on that because the departments are moving post-haste, trying to get these done. But I would, this includes the governor's office, this post-haste in terms of what staff is needed?
Madam Chair,
Speaker.
sorry, Madam Speaker. Yes, this question would include the governor's office as it pertains to awaiting the request, the full request. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. I thought we may have had some here already, but if we don't, well, when we get the answer. Would this answer be forthcoming, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, certainly the member can ask another question in a subsequent sitting, and I can provide an answer when the assessments are done, or if he prefers, I can provide it outside the House.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For the matter of record, we can actually provide it outside the House, and I'll report that the answers were received. So I look forward to that. Question number 4, Madam Speaker.
Yes, please proceed.
Madam Speaker, His Excellency the Governor has graciously accepted the apology, it shouldn't be that apology, the apology, of the Commissioner of Police for the premature release into the local market of a recruitment firm that is deemed by many to be not factual in parts and inflammatory in nature. Would the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please state or disclose, A, whether or not the video production has been or is being aired in the UK or foreign markets? B, which agency or authority approved the script for the video production? C, were all legally required permits and approvals for the video being produced by the Virgin Islands requested and approved? And D, if yes, please give details of the requests and of the approvals. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Territorial at-Large Opposition member for his question. Based on information received from the Governor's Office and Commissioner of Police, this video has not and will not be aired in the UK or any other country. In answer to 4B, Madam Speaker, based on information received from the Governor's Office and Commissioner of Police, the video was a leaked draft and no agency or authority approved the script in its presented format. In answer to 4C, Madam Speaker, there seems to be some confusion as to whether the proper process was followed as it pertains to the Tourist Board and Film Commission. Information received from the Police Commissioner suggests that contact was made with the Tourist Board, and it was said that this was not a matter for the Tourist Board. The Tourist Board has released a statement giving another version of events. An investigation has been requested of the Governor, which once conducted will provide a clearer picture of the events. And in answer to 4D, Madam Speaker, no approvals were given, and it is expected that the investigation will clarify whether the appropriate requests were made. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for the answers as provided by the Governor's Office. Question number 5. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please indicate whether or not an independent review or investigation concerning the production and illegal dissemination of the recruitment video, as informed by the Commissioner of Police, is being or would be instructed and conducted? If yes, would the Premier please state when and by whom the investigation will be conducted? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Cabinet has requested an investigation concerning the production and illegal dissemination of what is being referred to as a recruitment video. But this is a matter that will be addressed through the National Security Council. I have therefore communicated the request to His Excellency the Governor. This matter will be addressed through the National Security Council. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just one very small follow-up. The result of the investigation will be conveyed to the House of Assembly?
Madam Speaker, I will request of the Governor in National Security Council that the results of the investigation will be shared with the public. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No more follow-up. I'd like to thank the Premier and Minister of Finance very much for answering the questions posed, and we then will be able to move forward once the other answers are gained. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Territorial Member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Madam Speaker, I just want to thank the Territorial at-Large Opposition Member for his inaugural set of questions in the House of Assembly. And I certainly will do my best to follow up on the information requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I call upon the clerk. Okay, I call upon the Premier to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move a motion to add an item to the order paper. I move a motion to add an item Roman numeral 2 under presentation of papers, which is 5A. I move a motion, Madam Speaker, under 5A to add a Roman numeral number 2, which is for the assessment of a self-governance sufficiency in conformity with internationally recognized standards by Carlyle G. Corbin, International Advisor on Governance. I put forward this motion, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question for this House is to amend the order of the day to add Roman numeral 2 under 5, presentation of papers, A. Those in favor? Go ahead.
debated now, but can I request that this report be reviewed, debated here in the House at some later time?
Well, I believe I need to first add it before we,
Excuse me?
I think I should first add it before we ask, or is it that you wish to ask that before it's added?
Well, I don't know at what time. Just so the House can get a chance to debate this particular report. At some later time. It can't be today, but I'm saying at some later time.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the standing orders does give us the power to debate any document laid on the table at a subsequent sitting. So I'd be happy to have that debate. Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, just in terms of procedure, should I now lay the document on the table?
Well, I haven't yet added it. I don't
Okay,
believe we've...
my apologies, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question for this House is to amend the order of the day to add Roman numeral 2 under 5, which is presentation of papers, A. So under 5A, Roman numeral 2 to be added. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The order of the day is hereby amended.
Madam Speaker, I stand to make a request. I cannot cite immediately the provision in the standing orders that gives the right to ask for a debate on this at a subsequent meeting, and I do ask, with the correct citing of the correct passage in the standing orders, for this report to be debated at a subsequent sitting. Thank you.
Yes, I recognize the leader of the opposition.
Madam Speaker, it is simple. The thing for the member to do, or any member in the House to do, is to bring a motion to the House to debate the document. There's no request you can make at this point.
Agreed. Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, should I now lay on the table?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to lay on the table the following document: Assessment of Self-Governance Sufficiency in Conformity with Internationally Recognized Standards by Dr. Carlisle G. Corbin, International Advisor on Governance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call up.
Raise to second the motion.
I'm not sure why you're seconding the motion. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it seems that the at-large member is getting getting accustomed to being over it, but he seems a little bit jumpy. So I just ask that he yield to and seek advice from the senior member on his immediate right for advice.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
8, business. 1, government business.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Bvi Business Companies Amendment Act 2022.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the leave to introduce the bill entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022 be granted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I now call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022, and will explain its provision at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022 be now read a first time.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled BVI Business Companies. I'm sorry, could I have someone second this motion?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, my apologies. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022 be now read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This act may be cited as the BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022.
Yes, I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Registrar of Interest Amendment Act 2022.
Second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill entitled Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022 be granted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I now call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Registrar of Interest Amendment Act 2022, and will explain its provision at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Registrar of Interest Amendment Act 2022 be now read a first time.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022 be read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
Act may be cited as the Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Audit Amendment Act 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Premier.
I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Audit Amendment Act 2022 be granted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I now call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Audit Amendment Act 2022, and will explain its provision at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Audit Amendment Act 2022 be now read a fourth time.
I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Audit Amendment Act 2022 be now read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This act may be cited as the Audit Amendment Act 2022.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that Standing Order number 52-2 be suspended to allow for the bill shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022 to be read a second time.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that Standing Order number 52-2 be suspended to allow the bill entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022 to be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that Standing Order number 52-2 be suspended to allow for the bill shortly entitled Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022 to be read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that Standing Order number 52-2 be suspended to allow the bill entitled Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022 to be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Standing Order number 52-2 be suspended to allow for the bill shortly entitled Audit Amendment Act 2022 to be read a second time.
I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the Standing Order number 52-2 be suspended to allow the bill entitled Audit Amendment Act 2022 to be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the bill shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022 be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, I will now read the objects and reasons. Madam Speaker, allow me to give a summary of the bill entitled the BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022, hereinafter referred to as the bill. This bill seeks to amend the BVI Business Companies Act 2004 by strengthening the BVI Business Companies regime in order to ensure continued compliance with international standards. This bill follows an extensive review by and consultation with practitioners within the financial services industry, and when enacted, will make provision for the following. 1, to permit a company wishing to engage in charitable or non-commercial activity while engaged in commercial business with a name ending provided in Section 17, to do so, but with the approval of the registrar. This will ensure a proper segregation and accountability of the company's commercial business from its charitable or non-commercial business. 2, to abolish the bearer shares regime, as even the current regime of immobilized and custodied bearer shares is proving challenging and unnecessary in light of emerging international standards on greater transparency. 3, for streamlining and simplifying the existing rules relating to struck-off companies, registered offices, registered agents, and restoration of companies to essentially end the company struck-off regime, so that a company that is struck off will be automatically dissolved upon publication by the registrar of the striking off, subject to a 90 days notice to the company to regularize its status, before it becomes liable to be struck off and dissolved. It is important to note here that if it is dissolved following striking off, the company may still apply to the registrar or the High Court to be restored to the register. The stipulated period for doing so is 5 years. 4, for reducing the period of notice registered agents need to give to their clients indicating their intent to resign from representing such clients is being reduced from 90 days to 60 days. In addition, a registered agent who has given notice may rescind the notice before the end of the notice period. The registered agent will be deemed to have resigned at the end of the notice period, so that there is no need, as is the current requirement, to file another notice indicating actual resignation. 5, to make provision for the purposes of the retention of records and underlying documentation, including for AML CFT purposes, for the registered office of a company to continue to be the registered office which the company had at the time of termination of any business relationship or completion of a one-off transaction. This will facilitate appropriate assistance in the event of a mutual legal assistance request. 6, to make provision with respect to existing companies for the automatic resignation of a registered agent if a struck-off company is not restored within 6 months after the coming into force of the bill when enacted. The company will then be automatically dissolved and can only be restored on a court application after satisfying the conditions stated in the bill. For those legacy companies that fail to be restored within the 6-month period, a penalty will be applied. 7, to establish an appropriate legal framework to require companies to file annual returns with their registered agents. The details and form of such filings are delegated to the Financial Services Commission to determine through the publication of an order on its website, and will be the subject of further consultation with practitioners within the financial services industry. 8, to make a new provision to amend Section 118, thereby making it clear that the Register of Directors includes persons who act in the capacity of alternate directors. irrespective of how transient the appointment may be. 9, to make provision whereby a list of directors of a company can be made available upon request. This is as part of the territory's continuing efforts to ensure full compliance with established standards relating to anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. 10, to amend Section 184 of the Principal Act to ensure that while a company is free to continue outside the Virgin Islands, it should have an obligation to provide advance notice of such intention to its members and creditors. In addition, a notice of intention to continue outside the Virgin Islands should be published in the Gazette and on the company's website, if any. These requirements will provide appropriate notice to persons who may, for any reason, object to the continuation and accordingly advise themselves of any step they may wish to pursue in relation to their company. And lastly, Madam Speaker, 11, to make provision to require voluntary liquidators to be persons who live within the territory. This will facilitate the collection and retention of a liquidated company's record within the territory. However, where joint voluntary liquidators are appointed, at least one of them must be living in the territory. Madam Speaker, these amendments and improvements are required for the territory to continue to remain compliant with emerging global standards in financial services. Honorable members are kindly invited to consider the provisions of the bill and lend their support accordingly. Madam Speaker, of course, we've been speaking about the importance of remaining compliant in our financial services industry. It's a fast-moving industry and, of course, some very robust requirements. And I just want to take this opportunity to recognize, Madam Speaker, all the different bodies, as I said in my statement before, who keep us on the ball in the financial services industry and keep us on the cutting edge and keep us compliant with our international obligations. And I certainly look forward to the support of members on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion. And while I'm on my feet, I quickly just want to support this amendment. The Premier lists out exactly what is in the bill and what would keep the financial services industry at the cutting edge. And I know recently we were named the best financial institution within the Caribbean. And pertaining to this amendment, Madam Speaker, it is noted that sometime back in March of 2021, there was public consultation pertaining to input, pertaining to the legislative amendments. And this was done in a two-phase approach, and they also had another consultation in March of this year. This was done in collaboration with the company Law Reform or Review Advisory Committee, and all the input pertaining to what came out of those consultations, they are now embedded in this law. So, Madam Speaker, with the support of this House, I know this is a necessary amendment to the BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022, and I fully support. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is now open for debate. I call on the member for the 9th District.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My presentation will be very brief today, but oftentimes we come to this House and we always bring in bills that involves BVI financial services. And I always take the opportunity to remind persons that though the BVI might be a small country, we do pack a big punch, and we do play a significant role in global finance. And I must commend the team in BVI Finance and Financial Services who continue to keep the BVI on the cutting edge. And Madam Speaker, I was reading an article just this morning. It's quite fitting that we debate this particular bill now. I just want to, with your permission, I want you to read from the article, just one little paragraph. And it says, research has shown that investments mediated by BVI led to the creation of 2.2 million jobs globally, with an estimated annual contribution of over 15 billion to government coffers worldwide. And I was quoted from Capital Economics in 2017. It was an article written by the CEO of Bvi Finance, Ms. Ellis Donovan. Came out, I think, yesterday. It's really worth a read so we can appreciate the significant role that the BVI plays in global finance. We talk about millions of families depend on how well we run this old jurisdiction. And the good folks have managed to run a well-regulated financial services industry here in the BVI. As a Madam Speaker, we not only bring these things to the House, but we do what many folks don't like, that's to do all 3 readings in one setting. But this is so important, not only to us as an industry, but also a lot of the world depend on the BVI to get these things right and to get them right early on in the game. So, Madam Speaker, with just those few words there, I will take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for the 9th District. Leader for the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think this package came in last night. I didn't see it until this morning. And under normal circumstances, we come to the House of Assembly with bills for the financial services sector. And it's been a long-standing tradition that these matters will be dealt with as expeditiously as possible. But how long would it be going? How long would it be going on? Is it absolutely necessary that we would always have crisis on our hands? That you have a sitting on Thursday, and you can't get the bill in order to scrutinize it before you come into the House Thursday morning? I think that we are being taken for granted, and I think that somebody needs to do something about it. It's got to be, there's got to be a better way that members of the House of Assembly get an opportunity to scrutinize these bills. We don't draft them, obviously. We have to pass them, so we're responsible for them. And out of courtesy and a long-standing tradition, what we've been doing is the bill shows up and we pass it. Three readings, and this is less than one sitting. 3 readings in less than one sitting. Financial services gets priority. Thanks for the $170 million we get through your services each year, but at the same time, we have to work together. I am sure that there's enough intelligence in this room to go through these bills, scrutinize them, and have intelligence question and a proper discourse over these bills. This is like how many premiers I've seen come to the House of Assembly with these bills. And it has gotten to the point where you're not supposed to question the bills. It is already the case, Madam Speaker, where the House of Assembly and the financial services sector has mutually agreed that we will not interfere in the affairs of each other. In other words, you don't see financial services come before the House of Assembly at any time for anything except for when there's a bill to be passed. They will go to Cabinet and they would have a discussion in Cabinet each year, as to how the businesses run, but not at the House of Assembly. And we accept that. I mean, this is a mutual agreement. Keep politics away from financial services. But we have to pass these bills. These bills, the financial services cannot function unless we pass the bills. So, what are we? I think, Premier, we have to, Minister of Finance, we have to come to an agreement with the financial services sector that the members of the House of Assembly, or the House of Assembly, has to be looked at through a different set of lens going forward. Madam Speaker, I've always been asking the question, you know, prior to, I think it was 2004, thereabout, when we changed to from international business and local businesses. We went to BVI businesses. We lump everyone in the same category, local and foreign companies, in one category. There were a lot of good that came to local companies where they were no longer subjected to paying taxes. But that was 20 years ago, Madam Speaker, almost 20 years ago. And things have changed. The international community has been tightening the screws on businesses year after year after year, tightening the screws. The thing is, Madam Speaker, is when they tighten the screws on these international businesses, they're tightening the screws on local businesses too, because our companies too, because we are in the same boat. So this law applies to every company registered in the BVI, foreign, local, all the companies. And there comes a time when one size don't fit all. I've been talking about this for the longest time, that one size doesn't fit. Now, if I look at this bill, Madam Speaker, I see something in here that I'm sure is going to bring some added cost to doing business in the Virgin Islands. If we have 400,000 companies registered in the BVI, 420, 450, depends on who's talking, the count is different. And if I look at Article 17 on page 11, Madam Speaker, it says, the Principal Act is amended by inserting after Section 98 the following new sections, section Filing Annual Return, 98A. Without prejudice to Section 98, a company shall, in respect of each year, file a financial return referred to in this section as annual return with its registered agent. Now, that seems to me to be financial statements, annual financial statements. This is something new. That's a cost. I'm not sure how many local businesses has annual financial statements. Someone would say to me, yeah, it's good business, you should have one. That's what someone would say to me. But that person is probably someone who isn't paying for it. So these are the things that we need to be looking at when we sit here to pass a bill, to ensure that we do proper scrutiny. To represent our people, our businesses, our local businesses. You know, there was a time when there was no such thing as a registered agent, Madam Speaker. Snuck that in on us. All the financial services, international financial services community is calling for it. You got to have one. So every company has a registered agent. That's $400. Then came this beneficial ownership. Well, you know, the registered agent isn't doing it for free. That's another $400. Now you're telling the companies they got to file their annual return, the financial statement each year with the registered agent. Trust me, and I know it's not going to be for free. So the folks at financial services, they got their work to do. I mean, I can't say they're doing their job, because when they see a circular fly past their desk and it talks about the OECD says this and whoever didn't say that, the Guardian is looking at this and this is what we need. That's what happens. But we here in the House of Assembly, I've been talking about it for the longest time, asking the people here in this House of Assembly to find a way to decouple local businesses from this international business thing that we have. I know the banks get into the whole schmeal about de-risking and all the rest of it. But it is our job to make sure that we kind of level the playing field for everyone. What we're saying to our people is that you either come along or stay behind. Not everyone can come along. I know there's a way if we try. I'm convinced that we're not trying hard enough, Madam Speaker. This is the easy way out. What we're doing is the easy way out. There is a way if we try. Not everyone is trying. Some people doesn't even probably want me to sit down right now. Like what's he wasting time for or time for? Talking about this. Why don't the people just do it and get over it? But the point I am making, Madam Speaker, is that once it gets started, it's like a locomotive. Once it gets starting, it builds momentum, and it keeps rolling and faster and faster. Next thing you know, you're off, sitting on the seat of your pants while the locomotive is gone. And that's what I was trying to tell you from the get. So when we sit down here in committee, I'd like to know exactly if there's no recourse to these kind of things that we're subjecting our people to. I must say that some slight attempt was made when they came up with this little companies, or what do they call it, AG companies and micro business. That to me was just a brush off, because what I'm looking for is a system that allows local companies to benefit from the same set of protection that one gets through a registered company. Liabilities, personal liabilities are not something that you have to worry about. But that's one issue. That's one item I was able to look at, Madam Speaker, given the time that we were given to look at the bill. And I'm sure there are others. So when we sit down with the professionals from financial services, I'd like to go through the bill and see what it is that our people are being faced with. But I still can't believe that of the 420,000 companies that are registered in this territory, how many of those are going to be filing financial statements? And if they will, if they have to. Because last night I was reading one of the bills, one section of the bill, and it was talking about the charitable and non-profits had to file it. But now I'm seeing that it's not just them. So those are the things that I think that we can have a dialogue on meaningfully. and come up with some form of acceptable answers or maybe possibly a solution to the problem, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. I call on the Premier. I'm sorry, it seems like Territorial Member, at-large Member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And sorry I didn't indicate earlier. Even before coming to the House 40 months ago, it is, and I stated this before, a standing tradition that matters that come to the House, because I've seen it since my sojourn through this whole process, 99 up to now, and anything that comes with the FSC, you basically assume it's all a one-shot deal, and it is required within 24 hours to be approved. Now, I also know that it was also customary for us to get the agenda items. We couldn't get it here on this one, but, well, sorry, because the notice for this was sent out 10 days ago, wasn't it? For this one. I know we had to move it, but no, because we had sent this one notice out. So even at that case, we would have received some of the paperwork. So as the member for the third had indicated, we would have an opportunity to do it. In all honesty, after the questions and answers, then I was able to pull it up. So I did not get a chance to review it in full, but the Premier did indicate that it was coming. He did indicate that it will be required or be requested first, second, and third readings, and because he is quite aware of my views of this first, second, and third reading, slam, bam, and the rest of it, right? There are one or two things that I've done, and even in the short 30 minutes that I've begun to look at it, 1 hour, I sent it out to 5 different industry persons just to get a particular feedback from them. One say it's a game changer. It must have transition periods through which companies can bring their stuff up to date. Because, and I'm making this note specifically because we have a number of challenges and being brought to our main industry. Some are trying to defame, and by the time they finish with a tourism product, people might be afraid to come here because of recruitment videos that are going out there. That's on the financial, that's on the tourism side of it. Recruitment videos. Illegally disseminated or not. The text not even approved. The video is going to be researched as to whether or not they were properly applied for. As on the tourism side, the seaweed is attacking us, and seaweed attacking us from left to right, straight up to every beach in the Atlantic, Caribbean, and so forth being affected. So if you don't have a beach which is sheltered, then you're being attacked. High prices, keeping everyone at home. So the financial services sector, there may well be areas that you cannot avoid, but I have an eagle's eye on, members know me, the cows in the road, because at the end of the day, I'm still not convinced that all of what is going on is just about what is within the recommendations of the COI. There are other things that are going to come on board. We talk about competent authorities being able to look inside of this. Now, I didn't have enough time to see what is defined as competent authorities. So we look in terms of meaning an authority designated on page 3. Meaning a authority designated or performing functions as such under an enactment, and includes the Attorney General. She can go in, no problem, she says. The governor, I'm not sure if this is added now for the first time. Financial Investigation Agency, Financial Services Commission, International Tax Authority, and such other authority the governor may, by an order published in the Gazette, designate as a competent authority. So again, the governor will have 3 and 4 areas to go in there. But what I'm saying is any action that would seek to, quote unquote, have negative effects on the financial services, my feeling is always that the persons who are agents, the persons who are more competent than us to look in terms of what will be the net effect, because we'd like to see, well, what is the effect of A? What is the effect of B? What is the effect of C? We can only do it if we can compare the two. It is critical for us not to lose sight of this, because keeping it, even though it will kill us, is not a position to take. But hurry up and do it, even if it's going to kill us, is not a position I like either. Everything nowadays is a haste, so it's not, we've gone beyond the financial services sector, but we have to be careful, because all of the agencies out there will find a back door to come in and do it. Now, I can't say whether or not this is either you do it or you're brown listed, blacklisted, blue listed. There's all kinds of listings now. I don't know what colors they come down to. I don't think we have any yellow listings, right? But the fact is that with all of what we have to be satisfied that it is the only thing left to be done. So the financial statements, you have to file it within a 9-month period. I think the banks would like that, because, especially for those of us who have all of these loans, and the folks are wondering, well, how you get this house, how you get this building built, and you're up to your nose with loans, right? They normally call for it in 90 days. So you give 270 days to get this done. Okay. What about those persons who, when does it come into effect? I didn't get to look at it because I didn't get it in time. So when does it come to effect? Does it have a phased-in period, especially for those companies that are doing it? Is it for the entire listing of companies, as the honorable member for the 3rd has asked? I see in 17.5, it says, this section shall not apply to a listed company. I was looking for the definition of a listed company. I'm not sure exactly. It's probably in the substantive bill, but I don't have it. I didn't have time to go through it. I normally like to go through these things, so that we are clear. B, a company that is registered under a financial services legislation and provides financial statements to the Commission in accordance with the requirements of that financial services legislation. And D, a company that files its annual tax return to the Inland Revenue Department, accompanied by the company's financial statements. So maybe the Premier will be able to answer the concern whether or not local companies that have to file with the Inland Revenue will be exempt from this section, Section 17. I'm not sure. AG, maybe you be able. Well, we have during the committee stage, we can get some of this answered. But it puts us at a particular disadvantage, because even when these measures came before the House of Assembly or the Legislative Council back then, I believe, I can't be sure, Honorable Penn was here more years than I, 11 I think it is. Some of the paperwork was given, whether 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days before, so we could look at them. 24 hours don't count for having the time. It doesn't count, because I'm saying is that you would be able to lend substantively to the argument if you are given some time to look at it, especially if it's going to be a hurry up, 1, 2, 3, slam dunk, and actually carry on. So, I'm going to resent the fact that these activities are going to make it look as if I came over here just to talk, and members telling me I should seek advice from those who were here before. Well, it's only a little bit of common sense. If I have time to look at it and it's going to be something that is a quote-unquote game changer, one person was going to WhatsApp me what was sent to the FSC so that at least I can have a view as to exactly how it is, since it seemed, and I'm glad that they did, FSC took it to the industry somewhat, maybe, and they had a chance to look at it so that we can then, but even that is 4 pages. But the fact is that when are we going to get the time to do it so that when we say yes, I told the members that collective responsibility is one very important rule. I don't know if the Constitution could change up that, because I'm saying is that nobody in the front bench could talk against it now, because although they might talk about it before, in the cabinet, they can't even say what they said in there. I know the concept of collective responsibility. But the fact is wrong, isn't it? Madam Speaker, am I off by saying wrong is wrong? Wrong can't be right. And we heard challenges of we can stop supporting things that ain't so, making wrong sound like right. Well, how can you make this one sound like right? Is this a case where, and I did say to the Premier when he came on Tuesday, that if it's just an amendment that needs to go through and it doesn't have, quote unquote, effect on our industry, substantive effect on our industry, we'll fine. But this seems to be more than just a, quote unquote, changing from singular to plural, changing from, you left off a comma, so you need to put it in. It seems to be more substantive than that. Yeah, semicolon, yeah. And you're trying to correct the language. So let us be mindful, because we cannot be made to say that we're going to pass it even though it kills us. Even though it killed me, I'm going to pass it. Dead is dead. And I don't know if it will have that effect. But not reading it and coming to some conclusion, because folks will know, and those who don't will have to understand, that the reason why I don't argue on the outside too much is because there are those persons who don't want to hear facts at all. They come to their own conclusion, and no matter what you say on the outside, they don't want to hear you because, as I said on Tuesday, they don't like Carvin Malone, so they want to hear nothing Carvin Malone say. So I will wait until I get in here so I can then say exactly what I need to say without being rebutted based on the fact, not based on fact, just based on the fact that you don't think you like me. Wrong is wrong, right is right. And I'm thinking that since we have this gracious period of atonement, then right has to be right all the time. So let's get this right. And let's see what it is that we can do so that when we go, because even when we go, because we can always say, in committee stage we will do this, in committee stage we will do that. The fact is that some of it we can help to lessen the excitement if we air it properly. We cannot be so much in a haste that the people is intended to serve can't have participation. And my views are nothing new, Madam Speaker. Everyone that worked with me know my views. I love participation of the public, people's involvement. And they have, I know on this, my honorable at-large colleague mightn't agree with me on a lot, but she likes to be able to say, I got a whim of it, I was able to explore it, and I had my conclusion. She doesn't like to be caught by surprise. We agree on this at all times. Give it to the people. So I don't know. I will see where this one leads. I would, since I can't talk again, I will have to read the letter that was sent to me, and hopefully there isn't anything or chattering, or else I'll get up under the point of order and have it explained. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Territorial Member, Honorable Carvin Malone. Yes. I call upon the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too would like to voice my concern as an at-large representative. Basically, every week I try my very best to hit the 4 islands. While in Anegada yesterday, having to get up at least by 5 o'clock, take the ferry at 7:15, and have to stay in Anegada, which I don't mind doing, until 5 p.m. While there, I kept checking my email, and I saw nothing, not what I was looking for. Madam Speaker, we definitely need to do better. I don't know who might be at fault. It is something, maybe the process needs to be rectified, but it bounced into my email at 11:16 p.m. last night. I was probably in my 11th bout of sleep because, Madam Speaker, some of us are not as young as we look. And so we need to get that requisite amount of sleep in order to be able to function for the people of this territory. So while I do understand the importance of the financial services sector, we cannot vote on bills blindly. We need to be able to read, to understand, to ask questions, Madam Speaker. And I must say that I had a very, very good meeting, myself and my advisor, with financial services on Tuesday, as I mentioned before. So, Madam Speaker, I will be very short, but I will say that we have to do better in the timeliness of having documents sent to members of the House of Assembly. And while some might think that we're sitting around twiddling our thumbs, that is not the case, because our constituents demand a lot of us, and we have other responsibilities outside of the House of Assembly as well that we must deal with. So while it is important, Madam Speaker, we really need to make a better effort to get these documents on time. Based on what I pulled up on my phone, it is 42 pages. And while there are some of us in here that might have doctorates and masters and bachelors or whatever degrees some of us might have, we still need to be able to take our time to read the bill, because it is not in regular language. So you have to read and reread, you have to take notes, you might need to Google something. And so 11:16, and then having to be in the House for 10 o'clock or thereabouts, it's a stretch, Madam Speaker. I will take my seat at this time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Neville Smith.
One comment upon the bill. Bill as important as these, I see no reason why we cannot have informal meetings, that we could go through these bills instead of coming here before the House. Yes, we will debate them here, but at least we know exactly what we're debating. We won't be in the situation that we're in now, with a bill in front of us, not knowing what it is at last minute. So, I would like to see that bills such as these that's so much of importance, if we could at least sit in some sort of informal meeting and get an idea of what is being presented before you come to the House. That's the only comment I'd like to make, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'll call upon the Premier. The Minister for Health and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't be long, but I think it will be remiss of me not to rise and say a few words on this bill, particularly a bill of this magnitude and implication in terms of the Bvi Business Company Amendment Act. And the significance of the Bvi Business Company Act and what it has meant from its predecessor, the IBC Act, for a territory over the many decades that has been put in place, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I apologize. Madam Speaker, I firstly want to thank the hardworking people at the Financial Services Commission, persons within the industry, for the work they do, the work they've done, and the work they've continued to do to keep this industry compliant, to continue to keep us on the cutting edge. In terms of the financial services industry, it's a dynamic industry, it's a dynamic environment, and it requires agility. It requires us to move quickly, swiftly, to make changes as the climate changes within these particular industries. We saw as recent as just a few months ago, we had to make some changes that relates to companies that are owned by Russian persons and finances. And the sanctions bill that was passed in the United Kingdom forced us to move very quickly. It's because of the forward thinking of persons within that industry, the work that was done with the bar system, and the professionals that we have in that industry, while we were able to make the necessary adjustments and changes that we made. So I think it's important for us to commend persons in this industry. I see the managing director is here, the Attorney General's chambers, and the work that they do to be able to move dynamically. I've had the pleasure, Madam Speaker, to work in that industry for some 15 years. I had the pleasure to see those professionals work up front and center and see the work that they do and the commitment that they have to this industry. And I think it's important for me to acknowledge every detail, but at least from the broad strokes, how this industry works, the role that we play in the process, and to ensure that when we make decisions in this House, we understand the implications of those decisions beforehand. I actually wrote early in this administration to the former Premier of the importance to have regular discussions with the honorable members to give updates on financial services, its direction, and sort of the trends and where we need to go as an industry, to be on the cutting edge, to be more informed, Madam Speaker, on the way forward. So the comments are noted, and I believe that, Premier, we've had these discussions, Premier, about having these more in-depth discussions. Informal meetings are a good way for us to discuss these bills, but more in general, discuss the industry, so we could then have a sense on where the industry is going and the importance for us to move these things forward. This bill, the Bvi Business Company Act, was passed in 2004, I believe. Madam Attorney General, I think, am I correct, AG? It was 2003 or 2004, the original act was passed, and 2003, so you're talking about essentially 18 to 19 years this act has been in place. Previously was the IBC Act. In a dynamic environment, you're going to have constant changes, constant adjustments, particularly when we're going through the mutual evaluation that's coming up shortly. There are certainly these things that have to be modernized, have to be fit for purpose, particularly for that evaluation that's coming up. So, be that as may, I support this bill, Madam Speaker, but I also support the notion that we need to have more discussion, more in-depth dialogue, not just with the Financial Services Commission, but with the industry, so that we could then make better decisions as a cabinet, as a House of Assembly, as it relates to this very critical industry to our economy. As we see some of the deficiencies that are happening currently, we see some of the financial fallout that we're seeing. It might require us to do more from a legislative point of view, but in order for us to do more, we need to understand more of the industry. So again, I support this bill and look forward to the discussion in the committee stages.
Thank you, Minister for Health. I now call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The comments by the members are well noted. We've had such conversations a number of times before. And while certainly I know that there are many factors which lead to urgent matters having to come before the House as it pertains to financial services, because this is the nature of the industry, and this is the nature of staying compliant with oftentimes shifting standards, regulatory framework. And this is why I wanted to make sure I thank all those involved. because you have to stay on the ball as it pertains to what is required in financial services, and it's a lot of moving parts. And I commend those persons in the industry and at the commission and at the different agencies for working hard. But Madam Speaker, you know, there's no challenge whatsoever with members of the House of Assembly engaging more deeply with financial services. I think it benefits the territory for all of us to be engaged on the issues and to be able to defend the industry if anyone ever comes to us and asks for a comment or for a question. We should always be au fait with the industry and ready to defend the industry. Because, of course, in my earlier statement, I mentioned that it provided $222 million to government in 2021, which is more than what the leader of the opposition said, or the 170 or the 180 that we've used to. It's even more than that. And if you look at the budget and you see what government's recurrent revenue is, you'll know that we are entirely dependent on the revenue. And that doesn't speak to all of the other economic activity it generates in the territory through rental of buildings, through paying employees, through buying services. You know, so it's hugely important to who we are as a territory at this present stage. And we recognize that it's important that we diversify so that we can supplement the funding provided by financial services to do all the things that we need to do. But certainly no one should mistake members wanting to engage more and earlier on bills as a lack of support for the industry. I think I can say that with great confidence that we all support the industry. We all will do what is required to ensure that the industry remains viable, we remain well regulated and successful finance center. And in my capacity as Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker, I'll do all I can to facilitate the industry, the financial services ecosystem, members being fully engaged in that, whether through informal meetings or otherwise. But Madam Speaker, whatever issues are raised in the debate, questions, etc., we have the Managing Director of the Financial Services Commission, who is present, who will be a witness in committee stage. And he'll be the best person to be able to answer those questions along with the Parliamentary Council accompanying him. So, Madam Speaker, having said that, I welcome the comments from members for further engagement. And I also welcome members' support of the financial services industry and the support for this amendment, and look forward to having more discussions in committee stage as we seek to pass this bill today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This act may be cited as the BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to report that the bill entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022 has passed through committee without amendment.
I'm sorry, with amendments.
Sorry, with amendment. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This act may be cited as the BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. Thank you. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the bill shortly entitled Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, over the past two sit-ins, I believe, we've had quite a bit of debate on the Register of Interest requirement. As we all know, the Commission of Inquiry report focused on elected members declaring their interests. And certainly, even before the Commission of Inquiry report, it was a focus. This is a bill that is under the Deputy Governor's office, ultimately under the Governor, and of course being handled by the Deputy Governor's office. And we all are well aware of the criticism of members of the House of Assembly not declaring on time. And it's been a subject of public debate whether such a register should be public and whether it's effective if it's not public. So we have committed to, in the framework for the implementation of the COI recommendations, to making the register public. And we have also committed to corresponding penalties for not declaring on time, including being suspended for sit-ins and having salary withheld. Important to note, Madam Speaker, that the Constitution already gives provisions for members to be suspended from sit-ins for not registering interest on time, which is a penalty. So it has been something that we've spent a great deal of time on, and to remind the public, we had a new Register of Interest bill that got to the House of Assembly. However it got there. That was a new bill that dealt with public servants in conformity with what the COI report had said should be considered, which was that it should apply to public officers in different tranches, beginning with the most senior public servants. That bill was withdrawn, and rightly so, to give more time for consultation with public officers and with the public. And certainly, we should look forward to having some debates and discussions about that over the coming weeks and months. And we should look at other systems and to ensure that we protect persons' privacy, their right to security, that we don't unduly expose persons, embarrass them, expose them to the risk of kidnappings and etc. in a very small society. So it's something that we have to examine carefully. So we withdrew that bill, and we are bringing this bill, which was what we had committed to in the framework, which should have been done by June 30th, just to make the existing register public, which only applies to elected members. So it is a short amendment. It's not too much that has been done to the existing bill. And certainly I present it to members for their support. Madam Speaker, with that being said, I look forward to hopefully a short debate and going to committee stage and then passing this bill. And we look forward to debating the new bill that will come at some point, dealing with the wider provisions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam, I rise to second the motion and show my support for yet another amendment to this original Register of Interest Act 2022. And though we have been here, this is the subsequent meeting to the bill that was brought forward, where it included the public service and many other persons. We actually amended this Register of Interest when the Commission of Inquiry was called in January 2021. And that amendment came about where we gave the Commissioner, Sir Hickenbottom, permission to view the register, and thereafter we had the hearings where all members had to speak about the time and what all was on the register when we submitted, and actually understanding that, you know, penalties needed to be in place. There was no committee from the House and various other issues that came up. Well, Madam Speaker, as we have committed to the reforms and the recommendations pertaining to the Commission of Inquiry report, this is yet another step in terms of addressing those frameworks. And Madam Speaker, we have spoken about the direction we want to go as a territory, and it is only fitting and with all members support that this amendment is approved today. Madam Speaker, what this will do is allow persons to view the register of elected officials and have a transparent process as to their elected official. So yes, Madam Speaker, we had another bill that we ventilated in a previous sitting, but this is what was approved with the frameworks, and this pertains to the members of the House of Assembly. And as we go through the committee stage, we will then discuss and make sure that there are certain caveats in place so that we make sure that persons who are actually viewing the register is not for any malicious intent or anything of the sort. So I am in support of this amendment to the Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022, and I fully support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The floor is open for debate. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the amendment before us relates to the substantive bill, a substantive act, Register of Interest Act 2006. The amendment starts out by saying the Register of Interest Act 2006, referred to in this act as the Principal Act, is amended in Section 3 by inserting immediately after subsection 2 the following new subsection. 3, a member who without reasonable cause fails to submit his declaration within the period prescribed in subsection 1 shall be automatically suspended for 2 consecutive sittings of the House of Assembly, and his salary as a member shall be withheld until he is in compliance. No problem there, Madam Speaker. But before we get to that, I'd like to look at this substantive bill of the Principal Act, just in Section 3, 1A, where it says, a member shall make a declaration in the form set out in Schedule 1 within 30 days after this act comes into force, and thereafter, A, on the date on which he assumes the function of his office. Madam Speaker, I have a difficulty with that particular provision because it speaks to a member having to file his declaration or declare his interest on the day he swears in. There is something fundamentally wrong with that, and I think that where this was lifted from, no one paid attention, or they didn't pay keen attention to what it really meant. They talk about probably 30 days after he was elected. Madam Speaker, it's literally impossible for all members in this House of Assembly to be able to file a declaration on the day they're sworn in, because since we don't have quote-unquote orientation like they do in places like the UK, after you've been elected, you have orientation long before you're sworn in, so you got a good understanding of what you're about to do, have to do, and that kind of stuff would be made available to you. So I'm suggesting, Madam Speaker, that we amend that particular clause to say 30 days, within 30 days of the date on which he assumes the function of his office. This way you don't have to worry about being delinquent by not filing on the day that you're sworn in. You probably don't even get that information about the register until probably days after you're sworn in. Madam Speaker, the insertion, as I read, I have no problems with that. Then it goes on to three says the Principal Act is amended in section 5 by inserting immediately after subsection 5 the following new subsection. A member who without reasonable cause failed to comply with a notice. I have no problems with that provision, Madam Speaker. Section 6, the amendment in section 6, no problems there. It's a clean insertion. I don't need to read what the amendments are saying, Madam Speaker, because I think everyone knows what it says. It's penalties. It's not as if there weren't penalties before, Madam Speaker. Penalties were there. On page 4 of the amendment, Madam Speaker, when it talks about inspection of the register, 9.1, the registrar shall make the register available for public inspection during normal working hours. 2, a person who is inspecting the register pursuant to subsection 1 shall not make a copy or take an extract of the register or any matter containing in the register. Madam Speaker, I'd like to see that amended to read that a person who is inspecting the register pursuant to subsection 1 shall not make a copy, photograph, scan, or take an extract of the register or any matter contained in the register. Because we need, and also, Madam Speaker, we need to be clear of what is meant by an extract of the register. Take an extract of the register, what does that really mean? Don't want to have any ambiguity of two different people interpreting it two different ways. Madam Speaker, anyone going into that room where the register is kept, should be made to leave all electronic devices, telephones, watches. Yes, there's a smart watch out there, take pictures. And they're not allowed to scan it, photograph it, or any such thing. The way you go in is the way you come out. What you can't remember, you're being malicious. Fast forward, Madam Speaker, down to offenses in the amendments. The offenses in the amendments states that in 13B, a member who fails to comply with section 3.1, section 5.4, or section 6.4, following the termination of his automatic suspension, commits an offense. The offense shall be deemed to be a continuing offense, and the member shall be liable to a fine of $50 for each day on which the offense continues, and to be suspended from sitting and voting in the House of Assembly for such further period as the court considers appropriate. That's, Madam Speaker, I would like to see this extended to say, providing that such suspension shall not contravene Standing Orders 84. Because I think, Madam Speaker, we still have to keep in mind that the dismissal of a member from the House of Assembly should not be let in such a manner to become unconstitutional. We do have our rules and standing orders as to how a member is disqualified, and it should not be left to the court to make that decision. And it would be in keeping, Madam Speaker, with all the other provisions regarding suspensions. There is a provision here, Madam Speaker, that speaks to looking at something else. That's about it for my comments regarding the amendments, Madam Speaker. I don't have any other difficulties with it that I consider to be worthy of note.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam.
I now call on the Junior Minister for Tourism. The Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am definitely in support of the amendments. Of course, there are some amendments to the amendments that Honorable Fraser mentioned that I picked up on as well, so I will not go back, but I wanted to really say that one of the challenges that we faced was the lack of an orientation, and we want to make sure that for any newly elected members to this honorable house, that is something that happens. None of us know everything, and so it is important for persons who are elected, newly elected, that they are given that opportunity for orientation. I too was concerned about security, and after going to school away, I remember many years ago, we were cautioned not to say what your parents owned and those sort of things. I had the unfortunate experience of a friend, a very young person, and their teens being kidnapped and killed many, many years ago. And it was all about what it was perceived that the parents owned. So it is something that we need to really be mindful about. And I just want to quickly touch on something that the Honorable Fraser mentioned, which is when persons go in to check the register. I think that someone from that office needs to be in the room. People are very creative, and they might walk in with a pen, but that pen has a camera in it. They might walk in with a bottle of water, but that bottle of water somewhere within that piece has a camera in it. We are in an age of technology, and everyday things evolve as far as technology is concerned. And so while we have nothing to hide, rules are rules, and we all now have to adhere to every single rule, and persons who want to view the register, I certainly don't have a problem, and I don't believe that any other member in the House has a problem, but we need to look at all of those aspects as well, because persons can become very clever. And I can even recall on another note, when I was before the Commission of Inquiry, I actually gave them more information than they needed. And so it is something that when you get involved in serving in the House of Assembly, you know it's something that you need to do. And the fact that we are here today says that we do understand what needs to be done and are willing to do it with some amendments. I also wanted to suggest again, Madam Speaker, unless persons are in a court of law, you can fight your case with this bill if you are a female, because there's nowhere in this bill it refers to the members as he. And I have brought that to the attention of this honorable House before, and it can go both ways. You refer to the members as he, which means that the female members of the House basically don't have to do this based on what's in here, or the male members can come back and say, well, I'm being discriminated against. So we have to remember, Madam Speaker, that when you look around this honorable House, we have quite a few females within these hallowed walls. So the drafters of these bills, please be reminded again that we have both sexes in the room. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now call on the honorable member of the 4th District.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I think it's somebody raised it, must have been the leader of government business, the Premier, that the register of public interest is very important. It's listed as a requirement, not just as a law, but it's part of our Constitution. And therefore, I want to just emphasize that we ought to submit to it and understand what it requires. I do have some concerns with the amendments, but I will raise them in a minute. But allow me, Madam Speaker, to refer to Section 112 of the Constitution, which states that the registration of interest is required by members of the House. There shall be, item 1, there shall be for the Virgin Islands Register of Interest, there shall be for the Virgin Islands a register of interest, which shall be maintained by a registrar who shall be appointed and may be removed from office by the governor acting in his or her discretion. Shall be the duty of any person to whom the section applies to declare to the registrar for entry into the register of interest such interests, assets, income, and liabilities of that person or of any other person connected with him or her as may be prescribed by law. 3, a person shall make a declaration under subsection 2 upon assuming the functions of his or her office. So the item that the Honourable Member for the Third raised, we must know that if you're going to make any changes to when it's to be instituted, we'll have to change the Constitution. It says here, a person shall make a declaration under subsection 2 upon assuming the functions of his or office, and at such intervals thereafter being no longer than 12 months as may be prescribed by law. I assume that last sentence as may be prescribed by law, because this is the law which we're making, may accommodate what Honorable Fraser is saying. I don't know, I'm just raising from that point of view so that the Attorney General and those who are responsible will note that. This section applies to all members of the House of Assembly, including ministers and the holders of such other offices, except that of governor. As may be prescribed by law. Madam Speaker. I pause there because that bracket, except that of governor, I'm not sure what the reason why persons at that level of office are not required to declare the interest, but especially in the atmosphere that we're in, where the governor is becoming more active in the decisions. Certainly, registration of interests, I think, would be appropriate for consideration so that the public can know the interest of the governor. And it goes on to prescribe some of the areas that I think we have covered in the law, Madam Speaker. So I just wanted to raise that to show that there is the constitutional need for it, as was mentioned by the Premier earlier, and that is a section in the Constitution that speaks to it. And the Constitution therefore goes on to say that a law must be made to cover that. And the law was made in 2006, I believe it was. And here we are today making an amendment to the law. Madam Speaker, one of the major amendments to the law that we are suggesting, that we are recommending here, is that the registry becomes a public registry. I'm not sure I understand. Somebody may say it's simple, making the public registry simple. It's public. Everybody can access it, go to see it, and whatever is necessary to make it public. And I have no issues with it being public. But I think with it being public, similar to what was recommended for the public interest with the Financial Services Commission area of the registry, persons should not just go to that registry and seek information without cause, without purpose. And therefore, it may be necessary to have an application first to visit the registry. And the application may require you to declare a reason for accessing the registry. It shouldn't be just anyone going to access it without an application. Application may be designed such that the person accessing the registry may state their reason for accessing the registry. Most likely, most persons will have good reasons, but there might be others who have malicious reasons that one has to be careful with in terms of what is disclosed to persons in the registry. And yes, the method of accessing the registry should also be defined, where anyone accessing the registry may have to access it with the registrar and not alone, with the registrar, so that we don't have abuse of accessing the registry. I won't seek to go into all of the abuses that may be possible. Some members have raised them, but I think it should be noted in this law that anyone accessing the registry should be accessing the registry with the registrar to ensure that the integrity of the registry is kept intact. Madam Speaker, I would have concerns with that. But Madam Speaker, there's also an overall, when it comes to these matters, I mentioned it before, but there should also be an overall issue with this registry. When one is elected to office, one was subjected to the Registry Act of 2006. The Registry Act of 2006, for the members who sit in this House, did not require that one's information be public. And therefore, while I support a change to allow the public access, if that is what it should be, it's one who is in the House of Assembly now, who was not elected based on this new public access, should not be subjected to it, Madam Speaker. Therefore, the issue here is, when does this new amendment come into effect, especially the issue of it becoming public, as we are suggesting? When does it become effective? At the end of this House of Assembly? At the beginning of this the next House of Assembly. When is the question? And I am stating that when I was elected to this House in 2019, I was not elected based on a public interest act that says my business will be made public to anyone who wants to access it. And therefore, it's not incumbent on me to accept that my interests must be made public as we are suggesting. It is not incumbent upon me for that. And that is an important factor, Madam Speaker, when it comes to your obligations and your commitments that you have made. And therefore, it is something that we must consider and ensure that one's rights are respected. One's rights are respected. The act may be changed, but whether the public access part of it is made effective immediately has to be considered, in my view, Madam Speaker. And I will raise this when we come to the committee stage, Madam Speaker. It's important from that point of view. I believe that we have erred in the past in not paying enough attention to the public registry when it comes to the House members. We have, in fact, Madam Speaker, I submitted mine the 1st of July this year. It was due, I thought I was even late on the 1st of July. I rushed to make sure I get it in. The registrar called me up and told me, remember, you're not, first of all, she couldn't receive it electronically for some reason. She had some difficulty, and then she got it sorted out, but I sent her a hard copy, full speed, with my messenger. And she called me and told me, remember, it's not due until the 17th. So I was ahead of the game, but it is fair and right that we should submit our information. But making it public is what I have concerns about as to whether I have signed on to that. I don't have a problem making it public if that's what we suggest we should make it public, but I didn't sign on to that when I became a member of this House. And that is important from my point of view that I have concerns about. And I think I filed the last one I will have to be filing on the 1st of July, and I do not want my information to be public in that one that I filed. I want to make that very clear, and I have my reasons why. I have no problems with the registrar having access to it, with anyone who wants to access it at any official level. I have no problems with that, for whatever reason that might be needed. But to have it become a public document to any person who wants to willy-nilly access my private information, I am not agreeing that that is something that I have signed on to. And therefore, I think it should become effective at the next House of Assembly. When people run for office, they will know that their information is going to be public and have public access, Madam Speaker. So I want to make that very clear, and I will, even if it becomes law, I will have to take legal action to ensure that my information is not public because I didn't sign on to it when I became a member of this House of Assembly. Somebody might say, if that's what you feel, then quit. That's not what is your right. When I signed on the basis of what the registrar of interest was at the time. If it's going to become such a major change, where it becomes public, which I have no problems with, but I didn't sign on to that, Madam Speaker. That's all I'm saying. So we hope that we can make those amendments, and we can look at it when we get to the House committee. To the committee, I won't belabor the fact anymore. I'm glad that as I said before, that we have stepped back from what we were going with a few weeks ago, or a week or two ago, and that we can, as the good honorable leader said, that we will discuss those matters that should be discussed in terms of how other people get involved in this. But I think today is a major change, as simple as we have made it sound, and I want to make sure that I voice my view on it. I support the amendments to the bill, except those caveats that I said, that especially the timing of when this becomes effective, it can become effective on the other matters, but the matter of public registry should not become effective for members of this House unless everyone agrees to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member for the fourth. Member for the ninth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to give my brief input into this very important bill. Madam Speaker, I think all of us, well, particularly the new ones, when we first ran for office, I think it was 2 weeks before the actual election, we had to declare our interest in companies and so forth in a newspaper according to the Elections Act. And then once you win the election, then you have to declare the very same thing, or they should be the very same things, with the Register of Interest afterwards. The very same information. So the idea of divulging that information is not new to us. What is new now is the issue of making that information public. And I agree with the member for the fourth, because when we sign on, there were particular rules we had to follow when we sign on. So to change the rules midstream is cause for question. Madam Speaker, the issue of divulging that information was raised by many persons about the security issue. Yes, we want the transparency because all of us have heard where people think that as a politician you're automatically corrupt, you're automatically getting things because you're elected. So knowing what you have before you're elected and what you have during election, I think it's important for persons to see. I have absolutely no issue with that. My concern is the same way you could use the information for good, persons who may have bad intent. And for that, Madam Speaker, in the Substantive Act that was repealed in Section 9, only certain persons for certain reasons could access that register. Now we are saying anybody can. I would like to see one other thing added to that. It will make me feel better, because I've seen it in some institutions where you can access information, but your information is also registered. I need to know who's looking at my stuff. I would like to be able to find out who has sourced my information. Just in case they had, I'm going to put this on a lot. Will they know A, B, and C source your information? Keep eye on them. So you could know if something happens, well, this is the person who did it. Maybe something as simple as a newspaper story. So you know the particular establishment went into the record and sourced information. Then you see the story, all of a sudden, they can't say it's not them, because there's now a direct connection between who sourced the record and what information is now being revealed. So I would like to see that maybe it can be done at committee stage, just for the consideration that something like that be done. So members, again, you don't want to feel like you're a sitting duck. Just wait for somebody to go and see what you have or don't have, and then do something against you with that information. I think most of my other concerns have already been ventilated by other members. Again, I welcome this part of the COA recommendation to make the register public. I think we'll put a lot of our minds at ease, because people think you have what you don't really have. They really think you have what you don't have. If you realize the life we live, it was mentioned, I think, on Tuesday, you'd ask us for things less, because we don't have what you think we have. You really don't. So I fully support the transparency of making it public. I repeat, Madam Speaker, I would like the opportunity to know who sourced my information, just so I could be on guard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Territorial at-large member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Go in person. Thank you very much, Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to just say a few words. I think that the version that came to us and caused a stir, to which no one wanted to take responsibility for how it got here, is gone. So this one is easier, yet it has one or two concerns. The reason why like to recant history is because there is nothing that comes without a reason or a cause. And if it just come, well, then somebody just sitting home with nothing to do. So there's a reason why it's being asked for it to come public. I think member for the 9th stated it properly in terms of some form of notification as to somebody watching me. And I think it is easy, Madam Speaker, for folks to be malicious, but it reminds me also of a Sister Joyce, of a Calypsonian song. If you go complain about this, then folks say you have something to hide. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. The only question that the Calypsonians, I love Calypsonians, because they have messages in there. What you bawling for? What you bawling for? So you can't cry about this at all, because at the end of the day, Sir Gary and the COI, and we've had many discussions. I can't bring it. Well, everything is public nowadays anyhow. What constitutes public is something else. Now, because when this came up first in the Commission of Inquiry, I stated that, in Cabinet I stated that every institution that we have here in the Virgin Islands seems as if it was fair game to just close it off. Lawyers come, they don't have to be registered. Your what was private in registry, we wanted public. What was private in cabinet, we wanted public. And even to where agreements were made that certain things will not be disclosed, then bam, it's out there. So every institution that we have here seems as if it matters not. Here it is. But you couldn't cry. What you bawling for? So here we go again. I have no problem with it, because once you decide to go in public life, you would have an issue. There are certain things like B6 when it comes to that, in terms of members who have business with government. And if they have business with government, some members are saying, well, they shouldn't be in the House Assembly at all. Well, we're going to come down to that to see how that attains. Because if you want to exempt all, I don't see why anyone would not, quote unquote, be subjected to this once they know it is what is going into. So I say that with respect to the honorable member for the 4th. If you sign on for it, you sign on for it. What you're bound for once you sign on for it. In the middle of the game is something else. You change from cricket to softball, you have to go get some new pads. Protect your shin, protect all kinds of stuff. So, once you're mindful as to what you're signing on to, then you will actually get it. But we must not put the conditions, and this is why I said I want to have the report, we must not put the conditions because of these recommendations that are coming forward to where your brightest and best feel as if it don't make no sense for me to involve myself if this is what it's going to call for. I don't see where it attains here for me. And most members are saying, not for them. Other members are saying, well, if we have it for the next cohort of folks, well, then that's fine with me. But if you're going to keep your brightest and best out because of stuff that the Constitution allows in, and you seek to change the Constitution to keep your brightest and best out, well, then I would have a problem. So I just show that, I just ring that siren, ring that bell a little bit. We'll get to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I take any further contributions, I will take a short break. This House now resumes its sitting. I call upon the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor. Don't wish to speak? Okay, in that case, I will call upon the Premier.
Madam Speaker, I think the members that debated brought up some very valid points that no doubt will be further explored in committee. I'm grateful for the comments that persons have made. And of course, as we continue to wrestle with the reforms to our society, it's important that the democratic process is adhered to, and members who are representatives of people and who have also put forward themselves to serve the people, and that they have an opportunity to give their views and their input. That's the democratic process. So we have debated, Madam Speaker, and I'm looking forward to having a further discussion in committee as we seek to pass this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now call for the bill to be read a second time.
This act may be cited as the Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee. Zoom is sitting. I call upon the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to report that the bill entitled Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022 has passed through committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This act may be cited as the Register of Interest Amendment Act 2022.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the bill shortly entitled Audit Amendment Act 2022 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, audits are a subject which were prominent in the COI report. The work of the Auditor General is very important in terms of ensuring that we adhere to the rule of law and we adhere to the principles of transparency, accountability, value for money, etc. It is important that the work of the Auditor General is not obstructed and persons cooperate with the Auditor General as she or possibly he would be doing their work. So we have penalized. It would now be a criminal offense to not cooperate with the Auditor General. And this is the amendment we have brought in keeping in the principles of good governance. So, Madam Speaker, I seek the support of